Recording in progress.
Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Paper Writing Coaching Clinic as a pre-conference session of the 2023 Asian Universities Alliance Academic Conference on Public Health Resilience in the COVID-19 Pandemic, Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Indonesia Science Festival. My name is Asti Anissa Utami, and it's my honor to be your Master of Ceremony for today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, as part of the 2023 AUA Academic Conference on Public Health, Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Indonesia is committed to holding a paper writing coaching clinic to promote academic excellence by enhancing student skills in scientific writing and publication in high-ranked journals to broaden the impact of their work. This event will bring together highly reputable speakers from Indonesia and abroad to share their expertise and experience in writing and publishing. Participants, ladies and gentlemen, in this one-day online event starting at 9 a.m. and will end at 6 p.m., will be targeted at a wide range of students at any stage of their writing. We welcome students who already have their manuscript draft prepared and those who are still in the early stage of writing as well. And the objectives of this event are to enhance participants' understanding of the foundation of the academic writing, to discuss the strategies for effective and impactful scientific writing, and to discuss the step-by-step of publishing paper. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, we will have a photo session. So I invite all the speakers and participants to turn on the camera. Thank you. Okay, I will need help for committee to take the photo. We will start from right one. 1, 2, 3. And then we'll continue to the next slide. 1, 2, 3. And then continue to the next slide. And then we'll continue to the next slide. Participants and speakers are expected to keep the camera open because our committee will continue the photo session. Well, please allow me to continue our session to read the agenda of today's event. So, ladies and gentlemen, moving on, please allow me to first read the agenda for today. Today's event will be divided into morning session and afternoon session. The morning session consists of 3 speaker sessions, which are Session 1, Foundation of Academic Writing, Where and How to Start, and will be delivered by Professor Budi Utomo, PhD, from Biostatistics Department, Universitas Indonesia. And Session 2, Preparing Your Manuscript Step by Step, Introduction to Abstract, and will be delivered by Professor Fatma Lestari, PhD, from Occupational Health and Safety Department, Universitas Indonesia. Session 3, Manuscript Submission and Revision, I will be delivered by Professor Dr. Budi Haryanto, MSc, from Environmental Health Department, Universitas Indonesia. And after these three speaker sessions, there will be a Q&A session. And after the break, we will continue our event to the afternoon session, and which also consists of 3 sessions, which are Session 4, Assessing Your Own Article, and will be delivered by Bu Helen Andriani, PhD, from Health Administration and Policy Department, Universitas Indonesia. Session 5, How to Publish in a High-Ranked Journal, and will be delivered by Dr. Rina Agustina, PhD, as the Chair of Human Nutrition Research Center of the Indonesia Medical Education and Research Institute. And the Session 6, Writing a High-Quality Research Paper, I will be delivered by Dr. Edward Zenbeck as the Director of NPMS HHC Community Interest Company and the Honorary Professor of the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. And Dr. Edward Zenbeck will deliver the session live from London, United Kingdom. And after the speaker sessions, we will have another Q&A session, and then followed by a 25-minute short break. After the short break, participants are expected to join the coaching session in breakout rooms, and the coaching session will be the last agenda for today before we close the event. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, to make today's event run smoothly, we will inform you some of the rules of the event. For webinar participants who join the online Zoom, please pay attention to the following rules. Please ensure to turn off the microphone and turn on the videos during the session. And please do not share the screen during the event. And if you have any question, please type your question in the session chat with format your full name _ question. And if possible, we would like to allow you and invite you to ask directly in the Q&A session. So you can send your question in the chat box before the Q&A session starts, and then we will invite you and allow you to speak directly in the Q&A session. And the last rule is attendance list can be completed through link that will be sent by the committee in the chat box. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to move on to the morning session. Our first section, titled Foundation of Academic Writing, Where and How to Start, by Professor Dr. Budi Utomo, PhD, from the Biostatistics Department, Universitas Indonesia. And before we start, I will read the resume of Dr. Budi Utomo first. Okay. Professor Budi Utomo is a public health professional by training with over 40 years of academic and practical experiences in biostatistics, epidemiology, demography, and reproductive health. Since the early of 1980s, he has been teaching and researching on public health-related issues and methodologies. His educational background are medical degree from the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Indonesia in 1974, Master of Public Health degree majoring in epidemiology and statistics from the University of Hawaii in 1977, and PhD degree from the demography program, the Australian National University in 1997, with the dissertation title, Social and Health Dimensions of Infant Feeding in Damayu, West Java. And his most recent managerial experience are Principal Investigator of the Guttmacher Institute, University of Indonesia, Java Post-Abortion Case Study, Member Expert Group, Indonesian National Board of Narcotics in 2019 until 2021, Coordinator of the Bapanas UNFPA Indonesia FKM UI Knowledge Hub for Reproductive Health in 2019 till present, Principal Investigator of the Indonesian HIV South Research Evaluation in 2021 until 2022. And he has written many successful proposals and received grants from various donor and corporate organizations, Ford Foundation, USAID, WHO, WHO, World Bank, UNICEF, UNFPA, USAID, Population Council, and many more. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Professor Budi Utomo. Okay, we will once again welcome Professor Budi Utomo. Professor, are you here already?
Sorry, I mute. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Prof.
Good morning.
Okay, so the session is yours.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, could somebody display the slide? Okay, dear participants, college and student, my talk will focus on developing idea as a foundation of writing, academic writing. So, outline of my presentation. Next slide, please. Is my talk clear?
Yeah.
Okay. I will divide my talk into 4 parts. One is understanding research. Second, developing an ideas. And then question usually journal asks. And last example of assessing research feasibility. Next slide, please. Okay, we begin with understanding research. Research is a systematic process of thinking and step. It is an iterative process analysis between theory and the evidence to produce new evidence, to identify priority problems, and to predict strategic solution. So basically, research is deal with problem identification and solution. Next, please. So it is a diagram picturing the research cycle based on the problem. So you will see on the center research problem is very big. So we have to scope to become a research question, scoping the problem, research question, and then research question should be answered through the method and then produce result. And this result should be validated through overall by literature review, lead to conclusion, and then contribute again to the research again, meaning that talking about research, it is a continuum and never ending, and it is the logic where science and understanding improve across time. Next. So developing an idea is the foundation of academic writing. And the key for writing, for academic writing, especially on research article, is on the research question. The importance of the research or analysis question. They must be novel on the issue being addressed, or the method, the procedure to answer the question, the problem, the solution is up to date, timely, but most at all, it should be feasible, meaning that the research question can be answered by our limited time and resources. And then the second one, when we are developing an ideas in the form of research question, then at the same time, we have also to think about approach to addressing research question, the method, to ensure that the research question is important and the method would be able to answer the question and produce later on the result. That is when we are talking idea, that means not only the idea of building the research question, but also thinking about the feasibility of answering the research question. Next, please. Next slide. Okay, finding a topic. It is first step in the research. The most critical, very important, but the most difficult. Usually students must spend much time on finding a topic, interesting topic. Topics should be actively probed, not coming in by itself. You have to conduct a review of literature on the issue, maybe also field observation, and maybe also repeated discussion, brainstorming with your colleagues. Sometimes the issue can be scoping down, split into several sub-ideas, looking at the problem that need to be addressed, but at the same time could be controlled. Again, the problem should be stimulated by fact from the field, not from the theory. We should explore the problem, including the rooted causes, because the rooted causes might guide us on the way to address the problem. Again, we have to scope on the problem that would be broad enough, deep enough, and might be exploring by asking when, who that relate with the problem, what problem, and why it is a problem, something like that. And begin with preliminary questions, and then we elaborate it, look for the context, revise, and we come out with a research question, still tentative research question, and we identify the theory and keyword, meaning that research question should be logic explained by the theory. So the research question basically is about the relation between problems and factors theoretically affecting the problem, and then we try to test, to verify by the data through what we call is design and method. Again, in looking for the method, what we are looking is the appropriate method, and the method should consider also ethical consideration. Next, please. interesting topic. It is some characteristic that you need to think of and consider. Must be priority, the issue up to date, and of course relevant to the field of interest. You cannot work, or maybe not not be not be comfort to work with something not in your interest. Must be novel, innovative, broad enough, deep enough. The analysis must be clear in your theory in explaining the research question. Data should be available, relevant, and should be understood accurate. Of course, the research should be controllable. I mean, you can answer the question with your limited time and resources. And lastly, the important characteristic, the research question, the research should provide benefit, meaning have policy and knowledge implication.
Wah, aku lagi dengerin ini ngomong.
Right, please. Okay, basically, when you are developing topic, you have to explore actually what question to be answered, what approach to be used to answer the question, what claim would be made when you conduct the research, and what proof to be gathered. Because the way to answer question is empirical process. Next. Research question and hypothesis, it is the eye of the research. Question will drive the way you answer the question, including the hypothesis. In general, research question composed of at least two variables, the relation between two variables, one outcome variable, generally, it is as problem, and the other variable could be one or more. We consider or call as factors that affect the outcome, and some of this variable or one of the variable might be a solution variable, a factor that invite your interest in the study. I just want to notice that when we are talking about solution, what we are seeking is strategic solution. Strategic solution means potential effective solution that can solve the problem, but the solution itself must be doable in the context of limited setting. When we are doing research, there should be appropriated your approach in the context of limited time. Your time is usually limited. Your resources, including maybe funding, finance, could be your other resources like infrastructure, like human resources, of course, should be or not should violate with social culture and ethics. And to guide to answer the research question, usually we might develop hypothesis. It is a temporary or working answer that need to be tested in the field. Next. Just to understand what is the criteria of research question. there are many questions, but not all the question might be a research question. Yeah. So the research question is, that means you have to review the literature to convince that the answer has not yet known or still controversial, and you can convince that your research question will clarify the answer. And of course, when you conduct the research question or build the research question, make sure you can analyze whether the answer later on would have a policy or knowledge implication, provide contribution to the knowledge, and guide the way of improving the program, for example. And then also, of course, if you can answer without research, it is not research question. That means to answer the research question, you require research. And of course, the question, the variable contained in the research question should be or can be measured based on the limited context setting. The question that is impossible to be answered is not research question. And if we can answer the question without research, it is not research question. Next, please. So I would say that research question is the key of doing research, including the key for starting the academic writing. So when we are talking about research study, so you have to think first about the problem you are going to address. Next, you have to formulate the hypothesis, because it is bridging between the problem and solution, and think about the design of the study, whether the study can be executed to complete with the limited time. Next. Design of the study, just very rough. Next. You have to think, maybe you have to consult with the statistician to ensure that your design is appropriately procedure. You have to think about study type. There are like observational study, could be experimental study, which type of study. This is juga very important, thinking about design. Next, about sample size, because when you are talking about data, it is basically sample. It is basically also partial measures. Next. And you're thinking about whether there is intervention done by us or done by the local health system, etc. You have to think about this one, because it is actually the thing that you are investigating. Next. Next slide. Yeah, you have to thinking about what outcome look like, but most of all, you have to consider the ethics. Okay, this is what the journal to us that you have to think about your research. Usually they are talking about the importance of research question, especially about whether the question will lead to the benefit to the public, to the government, whether it is have a policy or knowledge implication. For the reader, maybe you have to make the research is attractive, it is novel, and of course, there will be question about the approach, the method, whether data you are using is relevant, accurate, and the analysis is done appropriately. Next. Criteria for evaluating concept note toward manuscript, because when you are talking about manuscript, it is impossible. You have directly at once produce the manuscript. There must be a process working working writing through concept note. And it is the criteria that I think are very important to ensure that your writing, including research writing, is appropriate and quality. Yeah, this is a question about the research question, about the clarity, very clear, relevant with our program, and then whether it is scientifically or programmatically important, yeah, whether the study will provide new knowledge, new understanding, yeah, and then whether the method is rigorous enough, it is logic, it is empirical based. I think this is, I don't read one by one, but it is actually very important when you write the manuscript. You have to think about the importance of this research question, including the approach. Next. This example, the way I quote or I take from the what we call the health office at the Queensland in Australia. I take this example because it will what we call maybe useful, yeah, for us to think that when you build the research question to ensure that your research question can be answered through research, usually you have to conduct something like anticipation analysis or prospect analysis, like this example. For example, they are thinking about research topic about the relation between physical activity and cardiovascular disease. So research problem might be, is there a link between physical activity and hypertension? Then you reduce more. Will 30 minutes of moderate activity reduce hypertension in office worker? Something that more applicable, more realistic, because if you are talking about lack of physical activity, what is lack of activity? When you are talking about hypertension, you are dealing with who raised with hypertension, something like that. So they put more specific office worker. And then the hypothesis and so on. Then after you have completing this exercise, then you conduct what they call is prospect analysis. Next. By asking step A, decide on the research, examine the existing data and literature to ensure whether the research question is up to date, useful, etc. Define study objective, and then is that possible hypothesis to be tested? If not, then you have to return back, just like that. Which means your research will not be feasible if you continue with the one you have already developed. Next. Next slide, please. Yeah, define variable to be measured. Yeah, if not, reconsider study objective and so on. So basically, we're doing research. When you already established the research question, then you have to conduct iterative process between you have done now and what will happen in the future to answer the research question, etc. So define variable to be measured, decide target population with it is visible, etc. Next, step C, appropriate research strategy. Yeah. Define time frame. Next. Yeah, decide on data collection analysis. And the last one, please. Yeah. Then you might test before conducting the real study, yeah, and then implement and study, and so on. Yeah, I think this is the last one, but I want to stress that you know, all the exercise that I already explained, you know, must be done before you start writing. When you have already confirmed, and then you begin to start writing. And the discussion on including writing will be done on the next session. Thank you for your patience to listen what we have. I try to explain. Again, when you are want to write, I think it's very important that you have to practice, because what I'm talking is just only in the concept, and whether you really understand, you have to conduct by yourself to practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Budi Utomo, for the interesting session. We will have a further discussion on the Q&A session after the speaker session. So next, we will continue to the second session, preparing your manuscript step-by-step, introduction to abstract, and will be delivered by Professor Fatma Lestari, PhD, from Occupational and Health Safety Department, Universitas Indonesia. Before we start the session, I will read the resume of Professor Fatma first. Professor Fatma Lestari is the head of Disaster Risk and Reduction Center, Universitas Indonesia, and a lecturer at Occupational Health and Safety Department, Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Indonesia. Prof. Fatma gained her PhD degree in Safety Science, UNSW, Sydney, Australia, and currently is a professor in Safety Faculty in Occupational Health and Safety, Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Indonesia. Prof. Fatma Lestari also is an author of books on Indonesia's disaster research, Bunga Rampai Riset Kebencanaan Indonesia in 2017, author of COVID-19 Disaster Resilient Villages, buku Desa Tangguh Bencana Lawan COVID-19 in 2020, and many more books. Prof. Fatma is an advisory board of Indonesian Safety Society Professional, ISSP, Indonesia Fire Safety Manager Association, IFSMA, and Indonesian Occupational Health Association. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Fatma Lestari.
Thank you very much for introduce me. Hello everyone, good morning. I hope today you have a good morning and have a nice breakfast. Okay. Prof. Budi, let me continue the presentation by preparing your manuscript step by step from introduction to abstract. So my talk will be covered about the background process of scientific writing and how to start and tips at what do you want to write and how to write an abstract, and then followed by how to write an introduction. There are several problems, and there are also actually the problems will arise some solutions which mainly faced by the writers during their writing, and some useful information resources that you can use to help you to solve the problems. So general problems normally faced by the writers, especially the first writers, normally difficulty to define what topic should I write, what title, and where should I start. Some people also feels that what types or what information do I have to write, how to search, because nowadays we have plenty of information, by using a search engine. And also now we known as ChatGPT, who can help you, or it can help you to do the writing. But anyway, now we will discuss about how to write. And sometimes also people difficulties to define, is it a significant problems? How can we get the data? Difficulties even to data access, and difficult to write, and what is the problem statement, what is the research question, and any other problems. Maybe you could add some other problems that you feel when you would like to start writing. Of course, there are some solutions that we can suggest you that you can start to what is interesting to you, as Professor Budi Utomo mentioned before. When you write, of course, something that you are interested, because the process of writing is a long process. So if you are not interested in the middle of your writing process, you may get bored. So start with something that interesting to you. And we will start to what is interesting to your readers. Make some information that are interested that your reader to know. And search and read similar article. Start with questions and also discuss with colleagues and friends with similar interests. And also discuss with your lecturer, supervisor, or expert that you know in that field. Please feel free to do that, because once you discuss with your colleagues and friends, or your lecturer, supervisor, and also the experts, it will open your mind and maybe get some ideas from them. And then write what you think and mind map what you think. Write with your own words, yeah. Even though sometimes there is easily processed to cut and paste or copy and paste from the Google or search engine. But please don't do that, because it will not create your own style for writing. And sometimes it hinders your capability for writing. So it's better after you read and then you write in your own words. Even if you don't have the capability for writing in English, first you can write what you think in your own language first. After you finish with your own words, with your own language, and then you can ask the help of the professional translation. Because nowadays there are plenty of services to translate your manuscript. So don't worry about the language. Don't worry about the terms that it's difficult. If you are thinking it's better I use the English term, or it's better I use the Indonesian or your language terms, just do that. Just write that. Because you can ask the professional translator to do that. And that's okay. The process of scientific writing actually several steps. Yeah, it can be quick if you can do it focusedly. One is planning and literature searching, research and data collection. If your article would be the research article, data collection. If your article is a case study or literature review, data collection means that you are collecting the information. So that's data collection for literature review. And then you can start draft writing. You can start with your own language, or if you are confident with your English language, you can directly write in English language. But if you're not confident, please do not hesitate. Just write in your native language, your mother language. And then after that, you can ask the help of the professional English translator. And then the next step is of course, the plagiarism check. This is to ensure that what you have write, it's not break the plagiarism ethics. And then, of course, you can start with journal selection in either steps, yeah. And then article submission, and then revision. And the revision process can be several steps or several times. And then you can publish. Now, this is the whole cycle of the process of scientific writing. And I would like to say that some people feel that verbal communication is easier than to write. So most people said that. So in that situation, if you are a verbal person, you can start with recording your verbal communication. Let's say you are presenting your research, or you are presenting what you want to write, and then you record that verbal communication or your presentation, or you can use nowadays, we can easily use Zoom to record your presentation and then write what you have recorded. Even though the first time you feel that my writing is very bad, don't worry about that. As long as you can capture what the ideas that you would like to write, so that's okay. So we can several times revise this and then go back again and then revise again. And then once it's built, the process will be better and better. So don't worry about if you are a verbal person, please explain it in a verbal communication. So why is writing more difficult than speaking? Because written communication is more formal. We have to have a writing communication needs literacy and depth understanding. In verbal communication or in presentation, it allows some mistakes, but in writing, you cannot do that mistake. So you need to revise this along the way. And writing needs more complex language skills than speaking, because it has to be formal, it has to be literacy and depth understanding, and it cannot allow some mistake for writing. So that's the situation why some people say or feels that writing is more difficult than speaking. So how to start writing? So now understand the topic is, of course, the first step we have to know. And then make a framework, or you can have a mind map, and then, or you can have a sketch that what type of information that you would like to share or write. And then search the relevant literature and the comprehension on the topic. So if you, along the way, and then bit by bit, you build an understanding and comprehension on the topic, that's good. So don't worry about too many information or too little information. Don't worry about that. But be patient to read the other relevant research. And along the way, it will build your understanding and comprehension on the topic that you would like to write. So there are several tips for you to start writing. Summarize what you have read, explain again on your own language what you have read, rewrite what you have read on your own language, and get professional translator after that. So the language, the English language, don't worry about that. It will not don't inhibit or you don't think about your bad English, about your grammar. Don't worry about that, but please do it in your own language. In my experience, that's better rather than we push ourselves to directly write an English writing, because English writing is very different from Indonesian writing or your own language writing. The grammar, the governs, and also the way that we can express in different languages. That's why don't worry about the English translation. So please do it in your own language. So now you have to also decide what kind of articles you want to write. Either it is a literature review or case study or research article. So you have to know that on the first step. If you are doing the systematic literature review, so you have to collect the data and determine what method you would like to use. This is the example of the systematic literature review that my students has already been writing. So the first step, you have to write the background, and then what type of method for literature review, what kind of database that you are collecting the information, and also what type of research you implemented, period of the literature review or information that has been published. For example, this is the 10 years, 2009 until 2019. And also what kind of article that you collected, even though you maybe got 1,000 or 5,000, but you need to determine and select and then screen the articles that really relevant to what you are going to write. So this is explaining the method. And along the abstracts, this is actually can be done in the beginning, or you can go back again after you finish the whole articles. So you can go back the abstract and revise it again and again. So don't worry at the first step about the abstract writing. You can just write it down based on your ideas or based on your planning about the abstract, but you can go back again and again and revise it. So you can make the abstract as the whole picture, as the whole comprehensive information, but concise, very concise about your article. So don't worry about the first step is you have to write an abstract. Abstract can be read after you finish the article also. You can also write a case study at which the case study is a research approach that is used to generate an in-depth, multifaceted understanding of a complex issue in its real-life context. So it has to be, there is a case, either single or multiple case studies. So it depends on the scope that you are decided to write. So basically the case study is a type of research approach, but to describe, explain, or explore events or phenomena in the everyday context. So this is the example of our case study about NATEH, or Natural and Technological Disaster Risk Management, a case study of Cilegon in Indonesia. As you can see, we select case study in Cilegon, Indonesia. It can be a specific cases, or it can be a specific location, or it can be a specific, for example, a disease, specific case of a disease. So it depends on your choices. This is another example, a case study of fire safety management in shop houses or commercial houses. And another case study, my students select for quantitative fire and explosion risk assessment of fuel tanker truck in a fuel terminal. Now, before I start how to write an abstract and introduction, you need to have the whole research article templates. Basically, there are 6 sections. The first one is abstracts, because it's already placed in the beginning of the article, even though writing the abstract, not the first step. It doesn't have to be the first step. You can back again and back again. So the abstract is the whole story about your paper. And the second one is the introduction, problem statement, and aims. The third section is about the methods and data analysis, and a section result about results of your research. And discussion part is discuss your result with others. The other research, comparing your result to the other studies. So the last part is the conclusion. The conclusion is the part where your result research is compiled and then presented in a very concise paragraph. And also you can put there future recommendations or future research. That's basically the whole sections in the research article templates. Now I'll start to how to write an abstract. So abstract consists only one paragraph. It means that you have to make your information in a concise, very concise information in one paragraph. Usually the number of words also limited. It depends on the journal template. Some journals require 200 words in an abstract. Some journals can up to 300 words in one abstract. So please read your journal guidelines. Although normally we can read in the author guidelines. And then abstract is the summary of your article, but please write concisely. You don't have to put the whole research result, but pick or select the summary of this result. And also you can start and revise the abstract at any time. Don't worry about if you think, oh, my abstract is very bad. My abstract didn't write about the aims. My abstract didn't discuss about the result. My abstract doesn't have the conclusion. So don't worry about that. Please write as far as you can. Please write as hard as you can, but don't worry about the result. So basically the abstract contains IMRDC or IMRAC. So it consists of introduction, either in 1 or 2 sentences, method, result, discussion, and conclusion. Maybe you think it's very hard to make a very concise in 200 or 300 words in one paragraph. How can I write that? But don't worry about that. You can make the introduction, let's say 1 sentence, and then problem statement together, 1 sentence, scope of your article and the objective for your article. Let's say, for example, this study or this research aims to explore blah, blah, blah. So that's 2 sentences for introduction and study aims. And then in a part of the methods, you can have 1 or 2 sentences, how you collect the data or sample, what method you use and how you analyze the data. Let's say, for example, the sample was collected using a checklist, or the data is collected using a questionnaire, or the data is collected using the focus group discussion, a structure or semi-structured focus group discussion, and how you analyze the data. Let's say, for example, the data is analyzed using the qualitative approach, thematic analysis, or content analysis. That's you can put it in the 2 sentences or 3 sentences. And then the summary of your result. So that's the whole summary of your result. Don't put too many details on your result, but what findings that you have from your research or from your article. And a little bit discussion that maybe, let's say, for example, you find that based on your result, that people tend to behave unsafe, for example. The other research says that these people in this construction tends to behave safely. That's contradictory to your research, but that's okay. You need to explain that the gaps is because blah, 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 lack of leadership or lack of monitoring and control, etc. And then the conclusion was only 1 sentence. So this is the example of our paper. Focus on the abstract first. So you can see that we can write into 1 sentence. This is the problem statement. It's a bit long sentence here, but you can see this is the introduction and the background and the problem statement about people behaviors during COVID-19. And then you move into the study aims or the objective of this study. What is the objective of your research or when you are writing this paper? And then the method, you explain here the cross-sectional study using online survey in one sentence. And then how you collect the data from 34 provinces, let's say, for example, and from the network. And then the data after collected using the online questionnaire and then analyzed using the SPSS, let's say, for example. You can mention how many respondent subjects, and then the result, you can mention here the summary of your result. And then after that, you can put a little bit of discussion there that participants implementing good personal hygiene, for example, hand washing, and then etc. And you can also explain the future or recommendation, or let's say, for example, the last part, in conclusion, the study showed that the positive behavior of personal hygiene related to COVID-19 has been implemented among Indonesian communities. So that's the conclusion, and you can provide the future recommendation on this abstract. So that's the whole story about the abstract. Let me tell you that we built this abstract not in one go. So don't expect too much when you first writing. So we can do it, revise and revise again and revise again. So don't worry about the first step. You can make mistakes before you submit the article. You can make mistakes when you write it. This is another, this one is cross-sectional studies, and this one is qualitative studies using the online interviews. And then you can see that the first sentence is about the background, the first and two sentences. And then the third sentence is the objective of this study. And then followed by the method using online interview, and then how you analyze the data and from which you gather the information and how you collect the sample. And then how you analyze the data and also how the result is presented there. For example, the findings of this study indicate that the health protocols are implemented to varying degrees in companies. So it's the basic general information about your result. Okay, so now if that's about the abstract, now we move to the introduction part. Normally the introduction part, even though we don't have to state like in subsection, we can mention that the background of your article, of your research, and then the scope of your article, the problem statement, and the objective of your article. That's basically the content of the introduction. So this is some example about our article, yeah, that the section of the introduction at which you explain about the background, the problem statement, and then you can put here also the objective. Yeah, here, the study normally at the last part of the introduction paragraph, the study aims to conduct a cross-sectional survey of positive personal hygiene, blah, blah, blah. So that's the example. Another example is like that, the introduction, yeah. It's very short, yeah. It depends on the journal situation. And also I would like to mention that some journals have separated like this for the abstract. So please, again, read the author guidelines. So, and then you can see the article that has been published in that journal. Maybe they have the format like this, but basically the abstract is one paragraph, yeah, and not many words, yeah, there. Okay, and then introduction here, you can see that the problem and then how you would like to address this problem in your writing article, and also the aims of these articles. Another example, yeah, different Journal will have different, this is from Journal of Facilities. They use this template, purpose, design methodology, approach, findings, practical implication, originality, or value. And also the introduction, this is another example. So I will share the paper to the committee so you can learn and write how we write the abstracts and how we write the introduction part. Another example, so this Journal of Chemical Health and Safety require 1 paragraph of abstracts. You can see the aims are here, the background is here, the study aims is here, and the study method and the result. Yeah, and this is some part of the introduction. So another example for writing the abstracts. Yeah, I can put the whole example of the paper so you can learn and doing your writing. Okay, I think that's all from my presentation. And I would like to say to you that writing is a learning process. The first step is to read, then you can write. So enjoy the process and you will get the results. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Fatma, for the insightful session. And moving on, now we are going to start the third session, Manuscript Submission and Revision, by Professor Dr. Budi Haryanto, MSc, from Environmental Health Department, Universitas Indonesia. But before we start, we're going to read Professor Budi Haryanto resume first. Okay. So Professor Dr. Budi Haryanto is a director of the Research Center for Climate Change, Universitas Indonesia, and a professor at Environmental Health Department, Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Indonesia. Professor Budi Haryanto has so many publications submitted into various high-rank journals, namely Scopus H Index 9, WOS H Index 6, Sinta Score 1036, ResearchGate H Index 11, and Google Scholars H Index 20. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Budi Haryanto also attended many educational institutions and gained many certifications. Some of the most recent are the PhD degree from Universitas Indonesia and Fellow of Collegium Ramazzini in Italy in 2020. Also, he has so many certifications from WHO Regional Training on advancing health climate action through improved vulnerability and adaptation assessment and planning. Professor Budi Haryanto also served as Secretary of Faculty's Board on Professors in 2019 until 2020, and Committee 3 members of University's Board of Professors in Universitas Indonesia in 2019 until 2020. Professor Budi Haryanto also involved in many local and international organizations, and with his enormous amount of publications and research experience, we will learn so much about manuscript submission and revision. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Budi Haryanto. Professor Budi Haryanto, if you're already here, you can start the presentation or turn on your camera and turn on your microphone. Thank you. Okay, because we noticed that Professor Budi hasn't here yet, I will give the opportunity for the participants to write down the questions on the chat box so we can utilize the time before Professor Budi presents here.
Okay, sorry, my connection is not quite good. All right, then let me share the screen first. Okay, sorry about the correction, I think. If my talk is clear. Hello?
Yes, Professor, it's clear.
Okay. May I start right now?
Yes, you may start. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Where is my... All right. So my paper is can be read, yeah? No response.
Yes, it's already present.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and especially to Prof. Budi and Prof. Fatma. Salam sehat. Very good today that I have a panel with my seniors, and of course this is my easier presentation because already been explained previously by Prof. Budi Utomo and Prof. Fatma. Okay, as required by the committee, I have to explain, to share with to you concerning the, after having the manuscript, after your manuscript ready, how to submit it to a journal and how to respond to the reviewer in the reviewing process. So, okay, this is my this is the steps of submitting and reviewing of manuscript. Yeah, of course, this is actually let me say that now you are in the different environment. You are in the different world. After working hard to generate, write the manuscript, of course, yeah, this very struggling process, like what Prof. Budi Utomo told about the how to develop the idea, to do research, and then how to write it down step by step from the beginning, from introduction to abstract, explained by Prof. Fatma. Now, after you are having the manuscript, now, okay, after having the manuscript, previously you communicate with yourself and other co-authors. Yeah. Now you have to go further to communicate with the editor in a journal as well as with the reviewer. Okay. Now, I'd like to show you several steps that required. First, of course, I already mentioned that manuscript is ready to be published. Yeah, and then the next step is select a preference and appropriate journal. Yeah, this is not quite easy actually, but let's see in the further slide. And after that, submit all requirement documents. So actually, to communicate with the journal is not only the manuscript itself, but several others, several document is also needed to be submitted. And then, of course, we will wait for the editor's decisions. Then, if we lucky, yeah, this is actually, I choose the word lucky because we cannot expect whether our manuscript is good or not complete on the point of view of the journal. So if we accept it, then it is actually a lucky moment for us. Then later on, the reviewer of the journal will be looking at our manuscript and then give the response. This is very important because in this process, we will find whether the worst one is rejected by the reviewer, or if we accepted, then some of comment will be coming and sent to us by the editor from the reviewer, forwarding the reviewer comment. And then we have to write the revisions. Okay, let's see step by step in the briefly. Okay, how to select the journal? Yeah, the appropriate and preference as to the journal. So firstly, we have to make a list of the journal available. Available means that the discipline or the type of manuscript we have, which match or not with the journal. And then that determine the impact of the journal. Make sure the journal scope and policies match with your needs. And check the journal requirement and distribution. Yeah, because journal has a different policy. Yeah, so we need to check it out. And check also the instruction for authors to proofread. This is a very important part, yeah, because if we would like to submit our manuscript to every single journal, they will have their own policy. So instruction for authors is actually the important thing that provided by them for us. So we have to read it carefully and follow the instructions. Okay, and then this is an example how to search a journal. Yeah, this is just example. You may easily to use Shimago journal ranking. Yeah. You can open it, and I believe that you are already familiar with this. And search. This is the name of journal, Science of the Total Environment. Yeah, from the Elsevier. And then if the name of this journal available in Shimago journal ranking, then of course this is a journal that in the group of Scopus indexes. Yeah. And then after you click the link, you will find and observe age index, how much the age index, coverage of years. Yeah, this for checking whether this journal is still in operating or not. Yeah, it's very important. Also, coverage of the years of the journal and scope of publications. Yeah, they mentioned there that the journal provided only original research or included review, included letter, and on and or others type of publications. And if we look at the journals in Indonesia, we may see that the publication type is mostly in original research. So if you have a manuscript of review, then they will not accept. So the publication type, the scope of publication type is very important to find whether your manuscript is matched with the journal requirement or not. And then, of course, quartile group, you may see there whether it's included in quartile 1, Q1, Q2, Q3, or Q4. And of course, the graphic of citations, very important to see. Then you decide to submit this to this journal or continue searching to other journal. Don't worry, you will do several times, yeah, searching for the searching journal process. Yeah. Don't worry. Then that is actually our destiny if you would like to submit a manuscript. All right. Okay, let's go further. This is actually submitting the manuscript process. Yeah, you may see here that this is very important one before submitting. Take one last look. Yeah, and ensure you already have all of this. Yeah, the first is of course the final version of all chapters. Yeah, including abstract, introduction, methods, discussion, and conclusions, and shape under an appropriate name and with any track change accepted. And then the names of all main authors and co-authors with complete postal address, including street name and email address, should be written down there in your manuscript. And final version of each email file, if you have the image or picture incorporated with your manuscript, then you have to prepare it in the high pixel, yeah, because it will be printed on the journal as already shown in the presentation of Prof. Fatma, yeah, there are image of the spatial image, yeah, a satellite image incorporated in her publications, and a full table of contents and any preliminary material such as dedication, acknowledgement, contributors, list of abbreviation for what preface should be there as well, and then a complete set of permission grants if you got a grant for some parties or other from university and others. And this is usually required as well by the good journal. Yeah, you should include title page and cover letter. What are there? What are they? Then let's see here. This is the title page. Hopefully you can see this. You can write it down. But just guess what I put here. Yeah, I think it's quite clear. Yeah. Okay. This is a title page example. So usually we have to we have to write down in 1 or 2 page, yeah, and incorporate with this submitting manuscript process, yeah. So it should be include this title page, and we may see here there is almost all of the good journal asking about this. So we have to mention here that what type of application we submit. For example, here is original, and this is the title of the article, yeah, particulate matter 2.5, and so on. And then we have to mention as well here authors. So this is the first author. We mentioned here with the address, as well as the mobile phone and email address. This is the second author, and then the third author with the corresponding author should be mentioned also here, yeah. And we should also if they're asking about running text is actually the top right of the manuscript when published, article when published. It will put this, and then this is actually our request, yeah. So for the running text in every page, yeah, in every single page, it will be mentioned here in the very right top. This is a PC debunk, yeah, and PM 2.5 and urinary glutathione levels. If asking the running text, then we should provide it. Okay, then included in the title page is the acknowledgement. Who are that important to be mentioned, to thank, and so on. Like here, for University of Indonesia, for those who also involving helping the helping or providing the facilities during the process of research. We should mention as an acknowledgement, and declarations we should mention here as asking if we are we are having funding from University of Indonesia. Then University of Indonesia is also asking about the declarations. What is the number of the contract, for example? Okay, this is the title page. And the important thing to be included on the submission is also this cover letter. Yeah. We have to explain a bit what is actually the manuscript of that we would like to submit. Since this actually, as mentioned, the cover letter is it's same with the letter to the editor of the journal. So it's the same with the letter to the journal editor. So we can see here that okay, we may putting the information, some information. For example, here this article is being submitted for publication in special edition of the review on environmental health. So this is actually the request from the journal to put this in the cover letter. Okay, so this is our letter. Dear editor of reviews on environmental health, I'm pleased to submit this review article to your journal for your review and considerations. The manuscript has not been published elsewhere and is currently not being considered elsewhere. Then all of the information about the manuscript, manuscript title and author, corresponding author and contact information, conflict of interest, type of submission, you can see here original article, and then it is that we should summarize a bit of our manuscript to write the justification why we write, why we submit, or why we do the research and should be submitted now. The justification then is actually the description of the manuscript, and we see here as number 8 is major research. What is actually we got the finding of our research. Then this also explain about the ethical approval from the committee, ethical committee. We have to mention as well, because this research not only asking for the interview, but is also measuring the biomarker of the respondent. Okay, this is a cover letter example, and then the last slide I'd like to show you. If accepted, as I mentioned before, then the manuscript will be sent by editor of journal to reviewers, selected reviewers. Some of journal asking us when we submitted, in the submitting process, in the form that we should fill in, there are also question about what is the preference of reviewer to be involved in our reviewing, in our journal reviewing. So sometimes we have to send at least 3 reviewers, name of the reviewer, But if we are not fill in there, the editor will provide by themselves. The editor of journal will provide by themselves who are eligible for reviewing the type of our manuscripts. So after that, after having our manuscript, the reviewer will give comment. As I mentioned before, if lucky, then the reviewer will give the comment with a minor revision or major revisions. Yeah, hopefully we always lucky. But the reviewers also has what do you call it? They have power to say that, oh, this manuscript is not appropriate for publishing in the journal. Then it will reject it. The manuscript will be rejected. Okay, this is an example of the reviewer comment. Yeah, you can see here, reviewer 1. While this is an interesting study, I would be quite certain that the reason for the results that differ from most of literature is that the statistical analysis is wrong. The conclusion that low PM is associated with high MDA is based on 3 drivers with lower exposure. Why? Worse MDA values are almost certain not normally distributed and should be locked before being included in a multivariate analysis. Okay. We can see here that this actually is not not easy comment that can be answered, right? Yeah, this is another struggling for us when we are submitting the manuscript and when having a review from the reviewer. This actually making our headache again. But we have to continue our struggling. Yeah. Let's say we have to have the spirit that maju tak gentar, ya, bablas saja, answer the question, ya. So this is a sample of the response. As suggested by the reviewer, we have log MDA to normalize the data distribution as well as other numeric variable before performing multivariate or multiple linear regression. Variables that change from dichotomy to numeric are blah 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 blah, yeah. And we also to make sure and let's say that we have to answer with more detail, yeah, more detailed answer from the question of the reviewer as much as possible, because this is actually the steps. If we are not ensure the reviewer, then the decision of rejected will be in front of us. So this is very, very important thing that we should be carefully and thoroughly looking at the question word by word, and then we have to answer it as well as word by word as well. Okay, usually not only one reviewer, they provide 2 reviewer or even 3 reviewer. All right, okay, I think that's the example that we should consider about how to submit and how to respond for the reviewer, to the reviewer. Okay, and happy writing and good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Budi Haryanto, for the remarkable session. I'm sure that now the participants are getting enlightened on how to submit a manuscript and to do the revision. So for participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to move on to the Q&A session. We have collected so many questions on the chat box. So I will invite our committee to share screen the questions that have been collected before. Okay, so the first question is from Bapak Rahmat Subakti, and now we invite Bapak Rahmat Subakti to turn on the microphone and turn on camera to directly address the question.
Okay, thank you very much. Address the question to Professor Fatma. Thank you for the interesting presentations. I have 3 questions. This regarding the we have the topics and the searching some literatures or references. However, we found very limited and related to our topics and how to solve these issues and what the next step. The second question, is there any guidance or rules the references and should be like within 5 years or 2 years recently, or maybe we can still use the old valid literatures? The number 3, I saw in your example articles, even many articles, we can see mostly based on collaborations. So I need you kind elaborate how to arrange this collaboration writing and how to make it like the arrangement to our colleague in the writing. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Bapak Rahmat Subakti. So there are plenty questions from your side. So the first time, if you think that you are very limited resources or very limited literatures or references, that's actually you need to read more. You need to read more and more. And another strategy, you can check on the references. Let's say, for example, you read one article. So on the bottom part, you can find the references. So you can pick or select what references that this article are cited, are referred. So you can use that several, let's say for example, normally the article have 20 or 30 references. So you can select which article that are relevant to your topic. So that can help you expand your search. Sharing, yeah. So you can check on the references part of that article. Let's say you have only like 2 articles that are relevant to your topic. So then you select on the references that another article that relevant to your topic. So that helps you instead of your searching in the Google. That's the strategies you can select on the references of the article that you selected. Bisa dipahami, Pak? Ya, oke. Jadi Bapak bisa lihat dari bagian referensinya, Bapak pilih artikel yang sesuai. That's one strategies. That will help you expand your searching. And then another strategies is to find the literature review on your interested topic. Let's say, for example, you are interested about COVID-19 prevention. So please find the literature review about the strategies for COVID-19 transmission prevention, the literature review. By doing that, you will get the whole story about the COVID-19 prevention from different types of articles. So that the next strategy is like that. Jadi Bapak tinggal cari literature literatur review terkait dengan topik Bapak, di mana literatur review itu akan bercerita semua artikel, relevant articles to your interested topic. Bisa dipahami itu, Pak?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. And then the next one, is there any guidance or rules within 5 years? Or no, there is no guidelines. How long the period that you are going to write or you are going to search your references. Sometimes if we, for example, there is a very fundamental theory or very fundamental theory, let's say, for example, in my field, like Heinrich theory, it's already been a long time ago, but we would like to reverse that, it's okay. It depends on the needs of your article. So it don't very rigid to that period. But if you are doing a literature review or systematic literature review, you need to mention in your scope how long you are selecting the period. Let's say, for example, 10 years or 5 years, the last 5 years, you have to mention that if you are writing a literature review. Hopefully this will help. And the more you have the references, it means the more you are understand or comprehend your topics. So it's better you have, let's say, for example, 20, 30 in your references, but actually you read more than that, 100, 200, or maybe 1,000 articles before you select those references in your references. And then the last part, yes, we sometimes collaborate with Professor Budi Arianto. I collaborate with Professor Budi Utomo and another university colleagues. So that will help you to write, will help you to do in more advanced or comprehensive research. So I welcome if you are going to collaborate with us to collaborate writing. And when we become a team, normally we will define what roles on each authors. Let's say I will take my part, usually the discussion part, or another authors will start with introduction, or another team will start with method. So we divide by, can be like that. Or we can divide by doing, let's say, for example, we are doing Indonesian part. Let's say I have a collaboration with Australia colleagues in UNSW. So we are doing our part Indonesian survey. They are doing an Australian survey, and then we merge our result together. So it depends on the discussion and how you're gonna work with your research. I hope this answers your questions.
Thank you. Appreciate. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Bapak Rahmat, for the question, and thank you, Prof. Fatma, for answering the questions. Next, we have another question from Ibu Sri Kalada. So we invite Ibu Sri Kalada to turn on the camera and turn on the microphone to directly address the question to Professor Budi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for attending me in here. I'm Sri Halada from Faculty Public Health of University Indonesia. I want to ask to Prof. Budi about regarding research output that should be submitted at home or abroad, and wherever they work can be felt by marginal population who are the majority. Because I ever seen in recent years, the output of research is required to produce scientific papers that are published in reputable journal, Q1, Q2, and so on. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the question, Ibu Sri Kalada. I'm not sure about whether I know well or not this question, yes, actually. But let's see that if we look at the marginalized population or the majority, and whether it can be published domestically or internationally. Is that the question?
Yeah, Prof.
Yeah, is that the question actually?
Yeah.
The research is actually among those marginalized population, right? And whether we should publish it in the journal, domestic or internationally. Is that the question?
Yes, that is the question. I want to know that is the research can be held by the marginals population who are the majority, like that.
Okay, if we are talking about research, please, Prof. Fatma, Prof. Yudi, correct my answer.
Couldn't, Prof. I mean, like benefit we submit in international or in domestic. What can get the benefit for the sample of research? I mean, the benefit.
Okay. Okay, now I got it. Thank you. Okay, if we are talking in the basic research, of course, we have to consider the beneficial of the finding of the research. Yeah, the beneficial. It means also the implication, let's say. Yeah, whether our research will be the finding will be beneficial for others or having very good implications. Yeah, just for example, an extreme example. Yeah, I'd like to share here about the finding of stem cells to curing to treat the cancer. Yeah, we already know that cancer is very well known as the disease that cannot be cured, right?
Yeah.
It's for all over the world. But when a stem cell is challenging to cure the cancer, then the finding of this research will be very beneficial to all of the let's see, the medical doctor or health profession in the world, right? It means that beneficial is very high, and by having this finding, the award for the author for the researcher, it's a Nobel laureate. Yeah, they got Nobel because of the beneficial of the research. So back to the question is that if the research, the information or the finding of the research having a high or a wide beneficial for others, then this will be very important. This also as a consideration for a journal. Journal will look at the beneficiary of the finding of this research. Then, of course, because the journal needs audiences, more audiences to read it, or even to buy the articles, published article from each journal. Then again, the beneficiary, the vital, or the more people will interested in this finding of the research in this manuscript, and then when we publish become as an article, then yes, it will be easily to be accepted in a journal. So the important thing is that it doesn't matter what is the populations of the involving in the research, but if this finding give high beneficial, how beneficiary and important for others, can be adopted to other country. So the journal will be easily to accept. I think that's the answer.
Yes, I got it. Thank you very much, Prof. Depend on the results.
Thank you, Prof. Budi, for the answer, and thank you, Ibu Sri, for the questions.
Thank you.
Before we move on to the next question, I would like to invite Professor Budi Utomo. Do you have any additional explanation regarding this question, Prof? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. You are talking about the same question?
Yes, it's the same question as presented on the screen, Prof.
Okay. Maybe I just add what Prof. Fatma and Prof. Budi Haryanto responded. Yeah. I comment on maybe the first question directed to Prof. Fatma. Can you display? Yeah. I think when we are talking about limited literature or limited references for your your writing, I think you can also explore maybe from the working report, or maybe the gray literature, etc. So otherwise, I agree with what Prof. Fatma said. You can what we call cite other literature that might not directly but indirectly address the problem. But I think still possible, whether to try to convince and provide argument. On the time of literature, depend on the theme you address. If, for example, you are talking about the historical theme, you might cite literature that maybe a long time ago, etc., depending on the theme you are talking. But if you are talking about major issue, the current major issue, that you have to find the latest one. For example, the last 5 years, the last 2 years, etc. And and it is also important that usually if you submit an article to journal, especially the editor want you to, or the reviewer want you to cite their related article, or maybe you have to write the major article in the field. Because usually, on many team, each team have something like favorite or major article that you need to cite, or something like that. For example, if you are talking about the health issue, article from the high-ranking journal, like in the Lancet, etc., is become the considered as a major article. And I would like to, the the authorship that you are asking, I think we have to be fair and discuss within the contributor, because the structure or the organization of authorship should depend on their contribution in writing. So the one to put ourselves must contribute something. That's why sometimes journal asks, or the declaration of what is the contribution of its authors. So usually is the contribution in the ideas, maybe on the method or data use, on the analysis, and on the writing or something. Otherwise, the author, if their contribution may be not considered significant, might better be put on the acknowledgement. Yeah. But anyway, this is sometimes is we have to agree between the authors, co-authors. So it is sometimes we have to be consider what we call their contribution, and then about the submission, I think everybody like us want to have credit. So we want to have published on the high-ranking journal, Q1, or maybe Q2, etc. But when we are not, and also it's important to read about the journal description, what article, what theme or topic that the journal is interested. So don't submit article if it is not meeting the journal objective. Try to be there. So if, for example, your talking is about marginalized population, for example, so see the journal that interested in that theme, that one. So whether it is national or international publication, of course, what we do like is actually more in international journal, because it is widely published. But if you want to, your article is more for something like for the government use, like for policy improvement, etc., you might write in the form of a condensed policy brief or something. So it is, I think, policy brief is better to put in the national, but it depends on the issue, on the theme that you are considering. But of course, all of us want to get more, to get benefit also by publishing in international journal, reputable journal. I don't know, maybe it's already explained by Fatma, and just to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Budi Utomo, for the additional explanation. Now we'll move on to the next question. The next question is from Bapak Rizky Yuli Ikhwanuddin. So we will invite Bapak Rizky Yuli Ikhwanuddin to turn on the camera and turn on the microphone to directly address the question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Basically, my question may represent some of the participants who are still taking the master degree, in which one of the requirements is doing publication and doing research. My question will be, in that manuscript subscription, it says that it has not been published elsewhere and also currently not being considered elsewhere. So that means like targeting one shot and make it work. In other On the other hand, we have a time limitation. So what is the strategy in relation to what Prof. Budi says? Luck. But luck will never be lucky if we don't play smart, if we don't do it smart. So what is the strategy that, okay, we can achieve this, we can get this manuscript to be accepted and published within the time frame of the publication for our degree. If we are not doing the publication for the master degree as academician or researchers, I believe we have plenty of time to make a lot of articles in a lot of journals. But at this point of study, we have to make at least one and then make it work for that. Please help us enlighten for this, Professor. Thank you.
Okay, very good question. And well, this is a very challenging actually, because as we know right now, the journals, so many journals, the journal having their own policy, including the time frame, and many journal provide only 2 weeks, and the maximum 2 weeks to respond the submission. After you submit the manuscript, then in the maximum of 2 weeks, you will have the notification from the journal, from the editor, whether you accept it or not. Then if accepted, then it will continue to send your manuscript to reviewer. And based on our experience, my experience as a reviewer in some of good journal, reputable journals, the editor of the journal asking the reviewer maximally is not more than 1 month to respond the manuscripts sent to us, and this already been changed right now. And nowadays they're asking about only 1 week as a reviewer. If we agree to review the manuscript given to us, then we only have 1 week to give a review, to give comment and send back to editor. And even like NDPI group journal, if we agree to be a reviewer, then they're asking me only 3 days. 3 days respond. So okay, but at the journal with no limit, for example, if we submit our comment in, if the reviewer comment in, let's say 2 months, or 3 months, this still happen. There are some of journals having the policy like that. Usually 3 months response, something like that. So we have to observe or to look at the journal policy, and usually they mention about the length of the reviewing process of the manuscript. This is actually the starting of how to find the journal that appropriate or match with our study, our manuscript. This actually challenging because we have to search by ourselves, to find it out by ourselves. Yeah, so don't be worried too much, and because this is a part of our struggling. Yeah, and yes, just emphasize your question that in one time it's not allowed to us to submit one manuscript to more than one journal. This is actually as the ethical of the publication in the journal. Yeah. So yeah, as an Indonesia culture, yeah, usually okay, just submit to there, to one, and then to other, and so on. But don't do that. Don't do that, senior. This ethical issue actually in the journal. Okay, I think that's it.
Thank you, Prof. Budi, for the answer. Thank you, Pak Rizky, for the question. Do you have any?
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof. Just one more thing. Does that mean that we have to select one journal that has the higher possibility of accepting our manuscript? So the index is lower, people say aim high, but we have to be realistic which journal there is more, the opportunity for us to get accepted. Any any hints for that? Any tips for that?
Well, yes, this actually again this our challenging, yeah, to find out whether the journal is a fast process or a longer process, and of course the consequences with the reputation of the journal. Yeah, but yeah, again, this is a challenging. We have to more creative. Yeah, for example, we have to learn as well the experience from others. Yeah, from your teacher, yeah, from your docent or from your friend, and so on. That in what journal that actually the process is faster and so on. So we have to be creative, and again, do not lose your spirit, because disappointed, of course, is a part of our lifestyle for the submitting the journal. So just keep going, dan maju terus, pantang mundur. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. We'll do our best.
Thank you, Professor, for the answer, and thank you, Pak Rizky, for the question again. So now we've come to the last question for this Q&A session. The question comes from Ibu Witri Pratiwi, and I will read the question. The question is for Prof. Budi. So is there any guidelines regarding the time of data is still appropriate to be published as an article to a journal? Is there any expired data so it cannot be used anymore? Thank you. Okay, maybe Professor Budi Utomo can go first to answer the question.
Okay, regarding the data, the time, depend on your team you are addressing. If, for example, the output, the study result, might not be or still relevant with the current time, you can have the data a couple or many years ago, if the issue is still remain the same. But if you are talking about current issue, especially about you are studying the prevalence, the levels of something like mortality, the level of fertility, etc., you have to use the latest data, the latest survey. But if you are talking about the association that might not be linear, something like, for example, with whether, for example, let's say early supplementary feeding reduce or disturb the growth of disturb the early child growth, for example. Then if the practice of early supplementary feeding still continue up to now, it still okay. But again, it's depend on the reviewer and depend on the journal also. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Budi Utama, for the answer. Maybe Prof. Budi Haryanto, if you want to add explanation to the question.
I think my answer is the same with Prof. Budi Utama, yeah. But I would like to share one of my experience, yeah. I studied the association. This is actually the cohort study, the association about the acute respiratory infection among children, among school children, yeah. Comparing those who are studying in the elementary school in high polluted area and with those children who schooling in the low polluted area. This 90 days, yeah, 90 days of observation, cohort study, and it is conducted in 2004. You can see this conducted in 2004. But it's this manuscript. It was accepted in 2018. You may see here, 14 years after the study. Yeah? In 2018, it been accepted in the Q2 journal. Yeah, and why it's been detected? Because this cohort study is quite unique and probably also occur in other countries. That's one of the comment from the reviewer. And the second one is that we need to find the to inputting in the discussion the references, the newest references. It's been several years before 2018. So it's mean that when I use the references before 2004, that must be changed to the newest references, and we do it, and yes, it's been accepted and published in the Q2 journal. So don't worry about the expired data. Yeah, as already be mentioned by Prof. Budi Utama, because if this still relevant in nowadays, in today or recent situation, and if this also applicable to be adopted in other countries, so the journal will consider to accept this. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Budi Haryanto, for the explanation. Hopefully, all the explanations from Prof. Budi Utomo and from Prof. Budi Haryanto already answered the question from Ibu Witri Prativi. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, because we still have a few minutes left for the Q&A session, we will give the opportunity for those who want to ask questions to our speaker. Please do raise hand and we will invite you to directly address the question. Thank you. Okay, it seems like we got no one here to give additional questions. So we will use the time to invite our speakers to give closing remarks to close this morning session before we go on to the next break session. So I'll invite Professor Budi Utomo to give the closing remark for this session.
Okay, thank you. I think just a very short remark. The one that provided by me, by Prof. Atma, and also by Prof. Budi Haryanto. Again, it is just only more on concept, but I think to further for you, please practice, and practice. It is the learning process. Thank you. And please apology if, for example, our presentation might not be clear, but we have tried to, for you to understand, for us to also understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Budi Utomo, for the closing remarks. Next, I'll invite Professor Fatma to give the closing remarks for this session.
Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry, I'm already in Balai Purnomo at the moment. Sorry, ini suara saya agak ini. Ya, saya kasih pantun aja ya. So, sorry, I'm at the moment in another place. So, ini pantunnya bahasa Indonesia nih, nggak apa-apa ya? Ya, kue kering, kue mari, dimakan enak sama kopi, cakep. Ikut tantangan dari bulan Februari, semangat menulis berapi-api. Ya, oke.
Thank you, Prof. Fatma.
Thank you very much for your attention, and take the spirit for writing, and we will get the good end result. Yeah, bye-bye. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Okay, next time.
Yeah.
Yep, last time we invite Professor Budi Haryanto to give the closing remarks.
Loh, aku juga ya.
Halo Budi, semangat.
Okay. All right. This actually the most difficult work for the academician, yeah, those who are working in the academic fields. So just keep learning, yeah, keep studying and keep trying, yeah, and of course, and the last word is good luck and happy writing.
Okay, good luck and happy writing. Thank you, Prof. Budi Haryanto, for the closing remarks. Okay, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we have another quotes from our committee. So a wise man said, if you want to know the world, you should read. But if you want to know the world to know you, you should write. So that remarks the end of our morning session. And next, we will have a break session before continue to the afternoon session. Please note that after the afternoon break at 1:30 p.m. Western Indonesian time, we will start the afternoon session, and it will be facilitated by our reputable speakers. Those are Miss Helen Andriani, PhD, and then Dr. Rina Agustina, PhD. And the last session will be facilitated by our international speaker, Dr. Edward Janbeck, who is going to give the session live from London, United Kingdom. So let's show our great and eagerness to learn and active participation for the afternoon session. Thank you. See you at the afternoon session. Form that you can find on the chat box. Make sure you fill in the attendance form, the link in the chat. Thank you. For the participation. Halo Prof. Budi, ya terima kasih atas partisipasinya Prof. Kita sudah selesai untuk sesi paginya dan sekarang kita udah masuk ke sesi istirahat. Terima kasih Prof. Budi.
Dan aduh itu kayaknya.
The best morning routine for manifesting more money is an alpha meditative. The best morning routine for manifesting more money is an alpha meditative practice.
Aku mau beli pizza.
Iya, nah gitu pada deprok. Dulu apa sabar. Aku kasihan dia udah lapar, udah ngelilit dia udah kelaparan. Udah tuh. Sok di situ tuh. bocah pengen tambal.
Astagfirullahaladzim.
Oker aja tuh pengen.
Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our event. We have already learned so much from the previous event. But prepare yourself because in this session, we will learn even much more. Participants, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to explain our afternoon agenda briefly. In this afternoon session, it will consist of session 4, 5, and 6, and will be discussed about assessing our own article, methods to publish article in high-ranked journal, and to write a high-quality research paper. After the session with our 3 speakers, we will have another Q&A session. Participants are allowed to send the questions through the chat box during the speaker sessions, and selected questions will be discussed during the Q&A session. After that, we will take a short break, which will be followed by our final agenda, namely the coaching session. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin the session. The first session will be discussing about assessing your own article and will be delivered by Bu Helen Andriani, PhD, from Department of Health Policy and Administration, Universitas Indonesia. Good afternoon, Bu Helen.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Now, before we begin, I will introduce Bu Helen by reading her resume. Okay, thank you, committee. Bu Helen Andriani is an assistant professor at Department of Health Policy and Administration, Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Indonesia. She gained her PhD degree from National Yangming University, Taiwan in 2015, and Bu Helen has published many publications in reputable international journals, namely Journal of Public Health, Asia Pacific Journal of Health Management, Asia Pacific Journal of Public Health, Tokyo Medical Journal, and many more. She is also experienced in various research activities, and she has 12 Scopus publications, 10 publications on Web of Science, and 51 publications on Google Scholars. Without further ado, let's welcome Bu Helen Andriani, PhD.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Asti. So let me share screen, my PowerPoint first. Okay, is it visible?
Yes, it's visible, Miss.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, the honorable and distinguished speakers, the esteemed faculty, students, and all participants. Thanks to the pro-conference session of the 2023 AUA FPH UI Science Festival for having me. It's a great pleasure for me to present the topic about assessing your own article. And if you would like to ask questions or have anything to discuss during the presentation, and please feel free, just write them down or just type it in the chat box. What a feeling of exultation when we finally finish the last page of our manuscript and you announce quite loudly to the world, "Yay, I finished my manuscript. Congratulations. You deserve to feel elated. It's a great accomplishment because you have completed what would have sometimes seemed to be impossible. Days, weeks, months of sweating over the research proposal and to prepare and collect the analyze the data, went through the ethical process, and of course, writing your research manuscript. And now it's all finished. The manuscript is done. Well, I hate to be the one to tell you this, but no, actually, it hasn't done yet. What you have accomplished is to finish your first draft. That means your first draft is no more than that. It's still your first draft. So as a matter of fact, there's a lot to do and a lot to learn. The good news is we definitely can assess our own article. That's why we are here at the presentation session of the paper writing clinics today. So this is what I'll be presenting today. First, we start with why writing seems to be most difficult to master. What does editing involve before going through the self-assessment? And second, why is self-assessment important? how to perform a writing self-assessment. And later on, I will show you one example of the objective rubrics for writing performance self-assessment. And the third one is how to carry out participatory follow-up plans on the results of self-assessment. Among the 4 language skills, writing seems to be the most difficult to master. Writing is practiced usually from the very beginning levels and must be rated and assessed. However, this assessment is usually done by others. Before we submit our article to journal, we expect our peers or our academic advisors to give us any valuable feedback. And sometimes we usually have no idea of the place in writing skill and cannot evaluate it because they never have been put in the situation, and therefore the idea or the message as the content of the writing should be presented as clear as possible. As a skill, writing cannot be mastered at once, but it needs a lot of practice. And what does editing involve? Editing manuscript follows the 3 elements. First is the substantive editing, is what you will spend most of your time on the first few drafts of your manuscript. It's about the content and structure of your narrative and involves not only adding and deleting text, but usually a huge amount of rewriting. These first few drafts are almost entirely about your manuscript. And substantive editing has very little to do with the quality of the writing. The second is the copy editing phase of the process is also much more rule-based. It's concerned with grammar, spelling, punctuation, capitalization, hyphenation, which means that you have to know the rules. So this is about the use of language and the mechanics of style, although you will still be checking for consistency in the manuscript as you go. And then we will be looking at the sentence complexity, the appropriate use of the active or passive voice in the sentences, and eliminating where possible all unnecessary words. And the last step is proofreading, or it is also known as the line edit. And usually a proofreader reads every word in the manuscript to check for typos, for spelling, punctuation, and so on. So, why self-assessment in writing practices is considered a necessity rather than a preference? In writing mechanism, the authors assess their own writing, judge their attained knowledge and skill, along with devise ways to improve them. Self-assessment occurs when authors assess their own work, either it's already finished as the final act of a writing project or in progress. The assessment of a manuscript is not only a delicate process, but also a time-consuming one. So active involvement in assessing their own learning performance are empowered by gaining ownership of their learning, such as promotes learning, raises awareness, improves goal orientation, and lifelong learning skills for democratic learning processes. And in this case, authors need to know what their abilities are, how much progress they are making, and what they can or cannot yet do with the skills they have acquired. The authors are able to assess the strength or the weakness of their writing through self-assessment. In addition, it can help authors to become more active in the responsibility. Plus their own progress, they can find ways, methods, or strategies to make improvement. And we can use these questions to find out what works in your writing and what needs to be improved. And these questions can be used to revise a draft in the progress or to take a look at the collection of your writing. And the questions are broken down into 5 categories. First, intentions. Second, focus. Third, development. 4, organization. 5, styles and mechanics. And when answering the questions, look for both weaknesses and strengths. Be critical as always, but remember to give yourself credits for what's working well. And there are at least 3 crucial factors for conducting self-assessment. First, using sufficient task-specific assessment criteria. Second, using criteria at an appropriate time. And third, having the opportunity to revise and improve the performance or task. And from those three self-assessment importance, in essence, its assessment criteria are designed to measure students' competency in conducting a scientific research projects and writing a manuscript. Okay, and let me continue with the next slide. So this is one of the example of the rubric as the self-assessment tool. How is the mechanism of use of the self-assessment? And before submitting the manuscripts to the journal, we can use this rubric to self-assess our writing. So from this rubric, it has a logical flow from the beginning to the finish. And this rubric can help authors to monitor their work, identify their weakness and strength, and come up with ways to improve themselves by overcoming the weaknesses. The first is the title or the topic of the study is concise, clear, specific, grammatically correct, and explicitly reflects the subjects and scope of the study. And for the background part of the introduction section, which comprises 20%, the author should address the need for study in order to make the manuscript more readable and accessible to a wide audience. Exceptional introduction grabs the interest of the reader and states detailed background information and main topic. It explicitly identifies current and specific framework of the research and provides detailed information where the research is headed. The introduction links coherently to the problem statement. It begins with a concise but informative summary of the findings, highlighting what the study did well, what can be improved, and contextualizing the study within the state of the art in the research, which is highlighting its novelty or innovation and impact on the future research. The research questions are clear and to the point within the limits of the research. For the problem statement, it's also based on the identification of comprehensive research gaps. It's current, contextualized within the rationale of the study, and specifies the important relationship of who, when, where, what, and why of the study. It provides localized, concrete, and convincing support or evidence. So it must be very clear and well developed. And then as the part of the introduction also, for the aims and objectives, it must be structured so that the most important information or feedback is usually put at the beginning, such as the body of the aims start with the general objectives and then followed by clearly listed specific objectives. And they are clearly stated and closely related to the problem statement. And what is listed or described as a hypothesis, it's in fact an issue that the author should prioritize, addressing the explanation for the outcome, testable, and consistent with the objectives, as if left unaddressed, it would compromise the interpretation of the study. All key variables are operationalized to specific measures or activities that allow the researcher to observe them empirically. And for the research methodology that comprises 20%, includes appropriate justification for any request or suggestion of sample selection, size, procedure, additional site, duration, and technique of data collection. Next, we can also assess the ethical or legal considerations, the implications and potential conflict of interest. And then as a part of the methodology for the statistical analysis or data interpretation is also constructive, clearly delivered, and actionable. Suggested changes to the manuscript are accompanied by an explanation of why the suggestion is made and how the reviewer thinks the best way to address the issue would be, such as we may suggest the different statistical method and explaining why that will be a better choice. For the results and discussion section, we can give suggestions for the improvement according to the data presented by the author. Do the research data have a logical relationship to focus on conclusions? Are the tables, figures, and schematics presented in a clear, legible, correct, and good resolution way? Write comments and suggestions regarding manuscript improvement in a short, clear, and precise manner. Suggestion for detailed changes to the style, grammar, and grammatical aspects and other minor changes, if any, should be written also in detail. So also we can ask questions like, is there any additional experimental data or additional analysis required? Because, and also sometimes in several journals, the results and discussions are separated in a separate section or separate chapters. However, if it's separate, the care must be taken not to have repetitive sentences. As the part of result and discussion, you may also check the relevance of all articles referred by the article and the discussion in the article. Is there any comparison, for example, between the results of the study and the previous studies, especially those who already presented in the overview of the introduction section? And the principal elements in the literature review are real and are clearly defined, contextualized, and or theoretically grounded. So the assumed relationships among them, such as cite, compares, contrasts, critiques, and connects, are clearly explained in narrative form. Overall, the discussion is systematically organized, easy to remember and apply. Next, the limitation. The limitation incorporates a constructive criticism style throughout, and it strikes a balance between strengths and weaknesses of the study. And response to those limitations are needed. For the conclusion, conclusion clearly addresses the research applicability and meaningfulness. It provides added value in terms of the recap, uniqueness, and empirical aspects, and or practical contribution in relation to the knowledge about the research topic. The expected results must have significant impact on specific and relevant practitioners, society, and our nation. And in this part, in this conclusion, the research must also highlight the implication and be worthwhile for relevant readers, researchers, and or practitioners. And for the references, all in-text citations after every new information must be checked if it's properly included and written in correct format. And sources is the reference list are exceptionally well integrated. Substantial amount of sources are peer-reviewed journal articles. Proper detail format is used consistently and correctly in both the text and references section. And this is the last part of this rubric. So the manuscript write-up is the final process of this self-assessment rubric. And what's inside? So for the manuscript write-up, it must be clear, logical, mature, throughout presentations, and development of the ideas that support the statement. So each paragraph has thoughtful supporting detailed sentences that develop the main ideas. There is effective transitions between paragraphs, and also the drafts is consistently proper and have a correct grammar, spelling, punctuation, and paragraphing, and the minimal errors in sentence structure and word usage. And then after assessing our manuscript on this tool, the participatory follow-up plans should be carried out based on the results of the self-assessment. So this is how we judge whether the manuscript needs to be revised or not. I usually this formula. So if the total score is more than 80%, it means that the quality of our manuscript is good enough. So you can consider it for submission. On the other hand, if the total score is less than 60%, we should revise the components with the lowest score and then resubmit it. And here's the closing remark. The use of self-assessment facilitates the efficient evaluation in making dependable judgment on the manuscript and the aspects which the authors needs to revise and improve, resulting in deep learning, better self-regulation, and improvement. Therefore, it provides a common framework and criteria for writing performance assessment in which the authors will understand their quality and standards of a manuscript. And these are the references. So this is the end of this presentation for this session. May all those I have shared be beneficial for all of us. Thank you very much for listening and for your great attention. I hand over to the moderator.
Thank you, Bu Helen, for the great session. Okay. Yep. Thank you, Bu Helen, again for the session. I'm sure our participants here already gained new skills based on the session just delivered to us. Next, we will continue to the 5th session. The 5th session will be talk about how to publish a high-rank journal and will be facilitated by Dr. Rina Agustina, MSc, PhD. And before we start, I would like to read Dr. Rina Agustina's resume first. Okay, thank you, Kamiti. So Dr. Rina Agustina is a doctor with master's degree in nutritional science and PhD degree in human nutrition. Dr. Rina is a lecturer at Nutritional Science Department, Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Indonesia, and honored by many international recognition and appreciation. She is active in writing many publications in international reputable journals and succeed to become the main writer for the paper published in Lancet as one of the top 5 journals about universal health coverage in Indonesia. She was also selected by Professor Walter Willett from Harvard University to be one of the 20 world's Eat Lancet commissioners on healthy diets and sustainable food system. Ladies and gentlemen, there is still a lot of her research and publication experiences that we can dig deeper into in this session. So without further ado, please welcome Dr. Rina Agustina.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for a nice introduction from the committee. I would like to thank for inviting me here in this wonderful event. So now let me directly share screen. Yeah. Okay. So the topic of today is about how to write high quality research. So I would rather maybe sharing experience, not very much on theoretical aspect, so more on the way that I went through many different scheme and also a lot of other collaborations that makes a lot of paper can be published in a good quality journal. So here I'm from Department of Nutrition and Human Nutrition Research Center. I'm also involved in Writing Center at IMERI, Faculty of Medicine, University of Indonesia. Okay, first maybe we should question ourselves why we would like to publish. Maybe the answer for the students will be I have to, because if I did not publish it, I cannot graduate it. But that's a very pragmatic objective, and that's actually also valid. But in a more broader way, we should think of when we want to publish means that we want to tell something. We want to communicate our new idea, our information, our innovation. And why we want to communicate? Because the message that is being distributed hopefully can contribute to a new connection to the future scientific work, and maybe putting us in more good track record, or maybe branding in individual sense. But in a more national sense, or public population, you can influence behavior. You can increase potential change of practice, clinical practice, or behavior change practice, and even health policy, and give more education. And now that all kind of contribution will later be compiled, because all is online, we can figure out, we can map how the contribution of us to the national and global commitment. So talking about publications, actually talking about commitment, but it's the things that we cannot do it alone. So this is all about advancing science. It's very seldom that people can have it a single researcher or in a single scientific paper. So often made by many scientists. So to review, to discuss, also start from how we plan the research. Yeah, so those actually I would like to discuss today. Okay, so there's one nice statement by one of the chief editor from BMJ. Yeah, he mentioned that there's a strong bias, evident bias against research from low middle income countries and low income countries. So it seems to be that scientists in low middle income countries is being muted. And why is the reason? Why when people coming from US, it seems to be easier to publish? Is it because they are white or because they do it good research? So this is one of the evidence show in Lancet Global Health when they look at the contribution of authors from low middle income countries. So many studies has been published in low middle income countries. But what happened is that the authors, the first authors, the last authors, and the corresponding authors are not coming from low middle income countries. And mostly of those papers, the authorship from low middle income countries is in the middle. It seems to be that contribution is very low. Yeah, it's likely to fall short of one presented. So, yeah, what happened? Why? Sometimes it's because low awareness of authorship criteria. They don't know that the last authors will be very important, or they don't know that contributing authors are very much those who are connected to many things. Or sometimes they feel like, oh, maybe because we are working together with high-income countries, so maybe they deserve to be the first authors. So something happened, something like this, so makes these figures show that the contribution of the scientists in low-middle-income countries, even in their own countries, are low for first authors. And if you look at again, so there's a lot of huge open access right now everywhere. And surprisingly, the most publication in open access are coming from low middle income countries, especially from Africa. And contradictively, because the publication is open access, but the policy is not open access. So there's not a link between the open access publication and the policy, which are very much different from the purpose of doing the publication. But this is something which might be also good, because being open access means that people will understand and know what happened in low middle income countries. And sometimes also coming because of the collaborations, the publication fee waivers, and many others related to a lot of potential boosts from internal universities. But the problem that many previous work has indicated that a large percentage of authors who publish in predatory journals are from Asia and Africa. So this is one of the example how the figures between China and US, where it seems to be that China is now very much submitting a lot of papers. Yeah. But if you look at here, the rate of being accepted is much lower than in US. So what happened? So there's some problems are being exposed by Elsevier that there's a great deal of excellent research. So it's really important we talk today about excellent research, quality research, because there's a problem of submitted good research and excellent research in China, for example. It's already a lot of excellent research submitted from that country, but they found that the editor found that they encountered following serious issue. First is about multiple submission. Sometimes submit in Chinese, at the same time submit in English with the same papers, and about plagiarism. So this is a major problem which we have to avoid. And the second is that there's a lot of minor but very frequent, a lot of problems. For example, papers which are clearly out of scope. So submit to the journal which is very much irrelevant. Yeah. And second is failure to format the paper. So we need to really obey and see the instruction. What papers should be there, what kind of format, and what information are needed to be put in. And the third one is about inappropriate suggested reviewer. So for example, the reviewers are not being responded well, or reviewers is not enough to do the review. Inadequate response to the reviewer, inadequate standard of English, and the submission of rejected manuscript without revision. So when we already rejected, sometimes journal give us some of the feedback. So please do not submit directly to the other journals without revising it, because the reviewer are limited in the world. So usually they can be reviewed the same topic in different journals. So then you submit it directly without reviewing or without revising, maybe the same review with the journal which you submitted the second part. Yeah. So this is something which is actually minor, but need to be put attention. Okay, so now come back to research quality and research good quality paper. So there's no high quality paper without high quality research. So that's what I learned from my experience. So your research is your paper. Your paper is reflection of your research. Yeah. So what should we put attention on? The first one is that good science and will be a good scientific writing. So it means that good research will come up with your good paper. So there's no, even the advanced publication, advanced scientific writing can cover a bad or poor research. But in another way around, if you don't have a good English, but your research is done very well, it still can be fixed. Yeah. So then the second is about clear research question. We should really understand what is the research question unique in our study. And later I will talk about that more. And carefully plan, well designed, executed, even it is negative result. Means that your result is not significant, but if you well designed, executed, it will go to a good journal. And of course, about collaborations. How about the paper? It's the same as how you carefully put your research, you should also carefully prepare the manuscript. Even at the time when you plan your research, you already put in mind, where will I publish my research? So put the working paper plan at the same time when your protocol is being approved. Yeah, collaboration with expert and aim high. So we should go for first tier high quality journals before we put our or judge our paper bad. Yeah, so don't judge your own paper. So let's people judge your paper and aim high. So also about the research, go big or go home. And adherence to editorial and publication policy of the journal. And again, as mentioned before, comprehensive response to reviewers' comment. Yeah, so this actually very much that I always try to do in some of my papers and studies. The things that we should understand about the research, we have many kind of research. So the publication bias has been mentioned by the authors of the editors. This is because many clinical trials also not happening in low middle income countries. In Indonesia, for example, if you look at here, even comparing to the neighboring countries, we are much lacking. So these actually will provide different evidence on how the things are works in these countries. So what I did with my study to have published in a good and high quality journals, that I maintain my track of topics. I did a lot of studies, mainly on gut microbiota, gut health, and on probiotics, prebiotics, for example. I started in 1998, where very little people talking about this topic. So then I did the trial, and then later I developed this trial into many different perspectives. The first one, I started with how is the probiotics works in as an adjunct of the acute diarrhea problem. And I published the study and showing that probiotics combined with prebiotics and micronutrient reduce shorten duration of diarrhea. If the study works in hospital, can it is being also benefit to a lot of children in the world that they can prevent diarrhea? So I did a randomized trial. Yeah, later a large randomized trial on probiotic calcium in acute diarrhea, and show the benefit even can reduce the risk of diarrhea. I will show you later. And now I developed this into how it can go to the brain, how it can go to improving immune system, and also on respiratory infection, obesity, and many others. So this track record are, please maintain and put you as your own brand. Yeah. So then this is what I have in my study. So I first published previously in one of the Asia-Pacific Journal of Clinical Nutrition, and then on the pediatrics, where I can show one of the probiotics, lactobacillus can reduce diarrhea incidence and also improve the growth and reduce stunting. And later, we follow this study after 10 years, and we found that it also works again, repressive cognition, and also reduce risk of female obesity. So this is very important how we can maintain this, and even we follow up the study, not only one short study, but also longer period. So this actually published in high impact journal. And then of course, we don't want to just stop on pediatrics or Journal of Nutrition or scientific report or the other, this about 5 impact factor or 6 or 7. We want to go more on that, like 50 or 70 impact factors. So this is the dreams. How can we publish in Lancet, Nature, New England Journal of Clinical Nutrition, Science, and Cell? And what I learned from many of my colleagues in overseas universities, they're working on it. They focus on these 5 different dream journals. So this also what we have to do. So in 2016, Richard Hurton, one of the chief editors of the Lancet, very strong person, he came to Indonesia and he mentioned that there's a problem. There's a lot of things are very unique in Indonesia. Why the publication in Lancet in Indonesia is very, very low. And it seems to be that Indonesia is an offline country and a lot of aren't reliving the mystery of a nation. So the contribution of Indonesia in a global publication in health and medicine is very limited, according to his view. Yeah. So from there, I feel like we have to do something. We have to do something. Why? Other people say that we don't have any contribution to the Lancet. Indeed, since 1945, there's no papers from Indonesia Lancet, where the Indonesian people is the first authors, the first, and then the last, and the corresponding authors. So then finally, I involved in many of the Lancet papers. First, I involved as a co-authors in Lancet Global Health in 2017. It's one of the highly cited papers about multi-micronutrient supplementation, combining together 15 different clinical trials. And then in 2018, 2019, we published end of the 2018 goes to 2019 as first authors of the Lancet Indonesia. We'll tell you more about it. And then co-authors also at the same years on the Lancet, Eat Lancet Commission and Healthy Diet and Sustainable Food System, where which I will also inform you later about that, and also mainly mainly high impact and quality papers. So this is one of the in the Lancet Global Health. Maybe I will not talk more about it, but I will talk about this one. So this is actually one of the Eat Lancet Commission involved here. Is a very hard work, 3 years, where these papers become the 20 most highly cited papers in Lancet. The best 20 papers. So it's working together. So what is the important here is about the idea. It's about the collaborations. It's about the data driven. Yeah, I will not, and then because of the success of that Eat Lancet Commission 1, then we continue now. We get a chance from the editor to continue and working together with 24 different scientific experts to work on the second one. So we are still ongoing. Yeah, together with Professor Walter Wheeler from Harvard University. Okay, and now I will talk about the papers that I co-authored. The first one is a universal health coverage in Indonesia. Please read if you have time. Concept, progress, and challenge. This is talking about Indonesia. So how can we get this paper? So this is the first paper from Indonesia that the first author, the last author, and corresponding authors after the 1945 that published in Lancet. So this is very high impact journal and now very highly studied, just like the other Lancet papers. And what we found here is a lot of long process. So to go into this high quality, so to go to this Lancet, we need to fulfill the threshold for Lancet paper quality. How the quality is improved in each paper process, how the process. So I would like to share about this one. So we work on it about 3 years. So starting from the stimulation from the chief editor saying Indonesia has no paper on Lancet. And then we, the Dean of the Faculty of Medicine University of Indonesia, collect the people and have a meeting where a large group of people are coming. But then it goes to a smaller group, later very intensively, every weekend, voluntary, make the paper, exchange the idea, and then outline the manuscript. So the manuscript tend to be comprehensive, where a series of brainstorming from multidisciplinary, a lot of contributors from academicians, from government, and many other young scientists involved. And also, but we only invite one international expert from Harvard University. And we compile our writing, data collection, analyze various sources, and then later we feel that we can submit. And we are lucky. Then finally, Richard Hurton sent us one senior editor from Lancet to help us. So then he came to Indonesia, gave us a feedback. So we come up with the first draft of the paper. And then we get another paper, another feedback, and improve the data quality, cross-check, improve the figure and tables, and again, submit the paper. We get response again from the reviewer too. And then editor comments what they want. The last, when we already have a solid one, to really go into the threshold, they say that you need to dream on something on your paper. what kind of future direction you want to go for that paper. So later than strong paper, really about telling the story, comprehensive, giving the future direction is being accepted by this Lancet. Okay, so then finally I get the award from the Lancet to be profiled specifically in the Lancet as myself. Okay, what is the other things that we have to think about? The first one, learning from this experience, we need to be clear on the research question. Is the right article format of your study? Is the audience, what kind of audience need to know? What kind of things that they need to know? So then on this universal health coverage paper, we are putting some important research questions. For example, what kind of intervention will create 100% enrollment of universal health coverage? How to reduce the big burden of tobacco via universal health coverage incentive? What is the yield from preventive or promotive care? And about the stunting reduction, rapid low diagnostic, early child development? What is the impact of frontline digital system? What is transformation of health system? What are interaction between infectious disease and non-communicable disease? All those things are actually put into this paper, and it become very interesting. Okay, so the other things that are important is that because of the key is about collaboration, interdisciplinary team for universal health coverage research. So first, ability to carry out work that would otherwise not be feasible when we are doing it together. Exchange new idea, enhance development of expertise, availability of latest resource technique, access to new source of funding, decrease overall cost of doing research, and many other things, which is make the collaboration become the key and the strong one of this paper of universal health coverage. Okay, this is we have involved economists, health system specialists, maternal and child health nutrition, program implementers, statistician, clinician, basic scientists, clients, community members, international experts. So if you look at the papers in Lancet, usually have a lot of collaborators. So that's really okay. So we have about more than 30 people involved in the paper. And importantly, we involve young scientists. Okay, so what other things that is needed? To make the paper make it local, but also global. So include international perspective on it, like for example, link with experts in other countries. So we have to look at also the other papers in the same subject in other countries, how we can link their achievement in our achievement, include these mixed countries, low, middle, high income country, Asia, Africa, Latin America. It's not only about Indonesia, but also include the other countries, include early, middle, and late implementers, and many other perspectives. We can put it together to make our paper local, but also global. Okay, so then what is the tips that we have to look at in more technical way? The first one is that the paper must be simple, clear, and well ordered with effective language. So just like when you look at this picture, when the person talked with their uncle while their uncle was drunk. So this is what we face in our real life on our paper. When we submitted the paper, the editors and all these journalists already drunk. They need to know, we have to explain clearly what is the research question, what is in it in our paper, because they have a very extensive tracer to review all the papers. So if it's not very interesting, it's not very simple, clear, and well ordered, then this drunk uncle will not understand. So we need to make them understand in simple, clear, and well ordered way. So the key, therefore, write direct and short sentence. And that's always the problem. We always like to put everything there. So just direct and short sentence and more professional looking. Don't put so much of parallel sentence in your sentence. One idea or piece of information per sentence is sufficient. Yeah. And avoid multiple statement in one sentence because that will make the reader confused. Yeah. And our article is actually about the story. So tell our article as a story. Article should tell a story set out to lead from one section to the next. So just like people reading the story. So don't make it people bored or don't make it people mislead or even go nowhere. Yeah. So how can we do that? First, we have to be clear about our figures and tables. That's the main focus of our data. Yeah. So concentrate first on figures and tables, and then goes into your result and your method, and goes to discussion. Don't write the papers starting from introduction. You get frustrated. So please concentrate on your figures and tables because those are actually your main findings of your research. Yeah, and then go to conclusion and title abstract at the end. Yeah, that's actually what Elsevier usually suggested, and that's also what I apply. But sometimes I even make the abstract in the same time after the figures and tables is being constructed. So you can see which one is easier for you. Yeah. So the paragraphs are important to break the text up into readable units. So when you think about paragraphs, think about this sandwich. Yeah. Just like when you make a book, you have the introduction, you have the content, and you have the conclusion, right? It's also the same with paragraphs. That's what I observe in many of my students. They do not realize that the paragraphs is the same systematically written, just like when you make a book or just like when you make a sandwich. The first one is that what is the introduction to that topic of the sentence? Yeah. What is the topic of the sentence you would like to make? And then what kind of supporting items in the beginning, and then in the middle is a supporting details, the content, and then later conclusion of the sentence. So please put conclusion in each of your paragraph in the last of the sentence. That's usually are missing. Yeah. On this one, avoid a lot of excessive use of boring verbs and also avoid complex way of saying simple. Yeah, just like when you put this, the results show protection by the vaccine, you can mention the vaccine protected, for example. So make it simple because you have limited words to tell. Yeah. So on that part, then you have to think about what is the section is the most read. Usually the section most read is the title, the abstract, and conclusion in the back, or the first paragraph of the findings. So it means that we have to be careful on our abstract. The abstract should summarize the article briefly. So just like they have to be standalone. It's a mini version of your papers. So when it's actually goes somewhere, the abstract can tell their own. So it's really self-explanatory. There you can include motivation, what was done, how, and what was found, and what would be the major conclusion. And really avoid abbreviation reference unless it is necessary. And of course, should keep it short. Yeah. And when it goes to the introduction, this is the part that you have to do it very concise. Yeah. You look at the place where you can convince the reader that how your work is actually relevant. What is the importance of your work? Yeah. So it means that you can inform about focusing on the problem. What is the problem you would like to tell? Yeah. And are there any existing solution for that particular problems? And which one is the best? And then what is the limitation? What is the gap? And what do you want to fill in? What you want to do? You want to fill in the gap. And what do you hope to achieve? Yeah, so those usually we will go from general to the later to the specific. Quite different from discussion. Discussion, you go from specific to general, but introduction, you go from general, go to very specific one. Yeah. Okay, and the method. On the method section, it is important part. And it's easy one to write actually, because here you can provide the reader anything more details compared to the other section. So you can provide the reader enough information to judge whether your study is valid and can also be reproducible. It means that people can repeat your work. Provide enough detail to allow the readers to interpret and also replicate the work, and also should be balanced, not too much, but also not too little. Yeah. So here you can also put citations to the method that you use from the other study. Yeah. Okay. Then goes to the result section. On the result section, this is really the core of heart or the paper. Clearly and simply stated, since it's really constitute new knowledge contributed to the world, and the text should guide the reader through the findings, stressing the major points. Yeah. So written, usually the past tense, really depends on if you describe the figures, then you will do the present tense. So, but what is important on this one, you should be careful on the tables and the figures. The result section, the first one that you write is the figures and tables. Also, when you discuss with your authors, be mindful that these need to be fixed first before you go to the other section, figures and tables. So figures and tables. So for figures, for example, good figures tell the story. So this is one of the example of our figures in universal health coverage paper that show that how actually the age-related insurance coverage, which age-related are actually the most, and socioeconomic status coherent to the accessibility to the universal health coverage. So we call it Dartanto figures here, then the plot that show the plotting that the age less than 4 years seems to be the least accessible to universal health coverage, especially those in lowest socioeconomic status. So something like that can tell about the story of the paper. And even better when it's actually put it together, more comprehensive one to the left side. So this right side can explain more, even more detailed to the left side, where this is also talking about age distribution of enrollment, but it's the left side show there's a missing middle group that is not being accessed to the universal health coverage. So these kind of figures would be something that you need to put in your paper. Yeah. Okay. On the tables, usually what I saw that people already put something on the tables, but they also put it in the figures. So we should not put both message in tables and figures at the same time. So because of the limited space that we have, when you put it already in the tables, put on the figure something else. Yeah. Okay. And the hardest parts of the papers that I found in many of the papers is about discussion. How we can make the structured discussion. Sometimes people put discussion just seems to be repeat the introduction. That's not the way we do for the discussion. So discussion just like the triangle. So the introduction is opposite triangles. It means that very different approach. So it means that we should not repeat the introduction. Discussion should first paragraph really include the principal findings, the main findings. What I observe many of my students usually the first paragraph, they put it as emphasizing why they want to do the study. But the most important, how you already answer the research question. So the first paragraph of your discussion should talk about what is the main findings of your study. It means that we really go into very specific answer to the statement of the purpose or objective of the study on the first paragraph. And then later you will talk about the strength and weakness, which actually talk about the internal validity of the study, and strength and weakness related to other study, which will talk about the external validity. and then goes to the possible mechanism and talk about biological plausibility. And of course, we would like to know whether our study will give an implication to the clinical things, the policymakers, and what would be important for the future study. And after that, we can go for conclusion. So actually that is the main things on the discussion. Go easy on the last two, yeah. And simply relate to your findings, not to give recommendation, not based on the data you have, but you can also make a dream or future direction based on existing data and existing intervention has been done in national level or international level. Yeah. Last, about conclusion. And of course, you can provide clear scientific justification of your work in this section. Yeah. And moreover, you can suggest future experiment just to emphasize the things that you mentioned in discussion. But on conclusion, it's really about your claim of what you found in the study. So make the first sentence on conclusion really the things that you found, the solid things that you found in your study, and you want to put the justification of work and how this is can be used and how it is appropriate to be actually used as the main key message. Yeah. And you can propose also the present global and specific conclusion in relation to the objective included in introduction. So sometimes we can make the specific conclusion, but sometimes we can make a very global conclusion. Really depends on your research question. Yeah. And what is the common publication? I still have time. Moderators, please inform me if I only have some minutes. Yeah. So what would be the, so that's actually the ideal things that we can do. Yeah. And just follow that key aspect of the publication or the writing, then actually it can be already easy later if we already put it as our attitude or way of doing it. And the first one may be difficult, but later little by little it can strengthen our capacity in writing. So what is the common publication problem? So usually the topic is not globally relevant or interesting. And that's really important to find a good research question and idea. And the conclusion are not interesting as well. A recommendation are not generalizable. Yeah. Or underestimating the amount of effort and commitment needed to prepare or submit the manuscript. You cannot simply just, okay, in a few weeks, you want to submit the papers. So put time and effort to prepare all this manuscript. So then to overcome interesting idea, what we have to do is that go for a wow project. Yeah. A wow project, sorry, is in Indonesian language, is actually the topic which is no hot topic. Yeah. That makes some implication to the national level and the global level. So wow project. So the universal health coverage, for example, is a very interesting and unique. That's why Lancet is interested in. Healthy diet and sustainable food system. Why, when we talk about planetary healthy diet, then there's something new there. The study on probiotics that we are doing, especially on diarrhea and later on this depressive and obesity, is also something new. So there should be, but at the same time, it's also given implication at national and global food. And then the second should also, the research should give a definite answer. Can be negative, can be positive findings, but should be definite, yeah, not in between. So what would be the characteristic of the WOW project? The first one is large-scale study. If you can do the study which is large-scale. So I always try to put the large-scale study. What is the large-scale study? For example, on RCT, we have to really see if the study can be really a big power. The power of the study is good and the compliance also high. And the second, the method that we use, choose the innovative method. And this paper and this research can create the new paradigm, yeah. And it's not really a problem whether your finding will be positive or null, yeah, or negative, but it need to be then, this WOW project need to be done in carefully manner, as also well conducted, yeah. And when we talk about choose a relevant topic, then think about the hot issue. Where can we get this hot issue? We can go from the recent review articles, yeah, and based on our track record, of course, and international new media, what the people talking about, and become a viral, yeah, and but also can look at from our correspondence on the published article when it goes from long-standing problem. So if there's an issue that's also already a long time ago, but still on and on, yeah, then it's not being solved, then it's also interesting. So it's something that is unsolved problem. Persistent issue over time, yeah, in review articles, especially like, for example, talking about non-communicable disease, obesity, things like that, or cognitive, yeah, global issue that is become global barrier to health, yeah. For example, talking about the behavior change, discuss, and we need also to discuss with experts. Like if we go to conference, try as much as possible talk to the expert that coming to that particular conference. And COVID, for example, is SARS-CoV-2 is a very important topic. It's still ongoing right now, and the interests are really high. SARS-CoV-2 vaccine right now, and genetic sequence, and many others related to policy, as well as morbidity or comorbidity related to COVID-19, and prolonged effect of COVID. This is the study that I'm doing now is about gut microbiota. What would be the potential strategy on modulation of gut microbiota? It's also become a hot topic right now, and not only starting from the gut, but also to gut-brain axis, gut-lung axis, to gut-skin axis. So something like that. And goes to not only probiotics, prebiotics, but also postbiotics. So those are also become hot topics, especially when involved with psychobiotics. And this is one of the study that we have just finished. It's about the promotion of maternal gut microbiota on gut-brain axis when we use the innovative method. So we really identify the brain of the baby starting during the pregnancy by MRI. So we apply the imaging of fetal brain development during pregnancy after probiotic supplementation, and that quality intervention, and is funded by Grand Challenges Canada. It's a very competitive grant at that time from the Saving Brains project, and now it's just finalized. So this is one example that the method, innovative method that we can use, and how this actually later linked to other parameter of cognition, like the BASE-ID, the Bailey scale, the hearing on the BERA, or even to eye tracking. So all this can be generated as the good idea that attract the grants, but also attract the publication. And last, we can discuss further now later. It's about the rejection. So we are dealing with rejection. So what can we do with rejection? In the study that I published in pediatrics, I was rejected 5 times. And it was a bit sad in the beginning, but later I can find an improvement. And finally, I even can submit it in high impact, a more high impact than the previous journal that I was rejected. So what is important there? First, we extremely has to satisfy our referee, yeah, the reviewer, yeah. The reviewer usually did not get the points and did not read the paper well because they are so busy. Yeah, that's why the abstract is really important items. Discussion and the first paragraph, the conclusion, usually they will read most. And but not all reviewer also good. But of course, we have to be positive. Yeah, they are already put their commitment. But I have experience, for example, they are just doing a structural comment that the things that we do not want to have. We need to have more content-wise, yeah. We can appeal. We can mention to editor, can we have more review, for example? But what we have usually, we don't want to have more review, right? But please keep in mind that the paper is later your responsibility. If you don't have enough review, then the paper is not a good review being published. This is going to be forever in your life, and people will see you as a person who are submitting those paper. If you publish in good paper, then you will have a good fingerprint, yeah, fingerprint of your track changes, track record. But if you are publishing not carefully, then it can be seen, yeah. So in terms of the reference or referee or reviewer, we hope the better one, they understand the original manuscript, and then they will mention if they don't understand, and then they will mention how this has to be clearly explained and what should be highlighted, and then point out what should be make on the excessive changes, whether you have to do it minor changes or major changes. Yeah. So if you become a reviewer, then this is something that we need to put. Yeah. But if the editors, reviewer make obvious mistakes, for example, or give a wrong review, it can happen. I have an experience as well. For example, they mentioned that this is not relevant because the age of your study is not blah, 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 blah. But then they refer to the different age. Yeah, so you can appeal, you can fight. Yeah, you can even call if you want. Yeah, so if it doesn't work, move to the next journal, of course. Yeah, but don't consider it as failure when you get rejected. Yeah, so just part of the game. Yeah, so we'll get the chance later. Yeah, and of course, before you put in submission, you need to have a peer group. Yeah. So what I did, usually I have colleagues from overseas who are a native speaker. They are just lay people, it's not academician, but I also have the academic colleagues who are actually overseas, who are knowing better English and also know the field that I'm working on. And then I also have colleagues work together with me and young scientists that can read together the paper and make the paper together. So you need a peer group to work together and then submit, also make the paper quality published well. Yeah, I think that's all for now. There's a lot of things we can discuss. Thank you. Agree. Authorship before starting the study, and that's actually sometimes become an issue. So, but everything that we do, of course, we need to be aware that this will influence practice and influence policy. So publish well and will have benefit to many of the population in the world. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sorry, I cannot hear you well.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Am I audible now?
Yeah, it's okay now.
Thank you, Dr. Ina, for the fruitful session. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to the last speaker session. The session is titled Writing a High-Quality Research Paper and will be delivered by Dr. Edward Jan Beck as the Director of NPMS HHC Community Interest Company, United Kingdom, and Honorary Professor of the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. Before we start, we will read Dr. Beck's resume first. Okay. Dr. Beck is a medical epidemiologist focusing on infectious diseases and healthcare provision. Dr. Beck is recently relocated back to London after working for 13 years in the UN and WHO and UNAIDS, respectively, while continuing to be involved with research to produce evidence for policy development. His work has increasingly focused on policy development and implementation. Most of Dr. Beck's public health work has been in the field of HIV, and he has extensive experience in health economics, including costing and the cost effectiveness of the health interventions and services. Dr. Beck's publication also consists of various types, including articles, books, chapters in books and reports, book reviews, published abstracts, etc. His expertise in writing and publishing makes him a great source person for us to learn more about writing a high-quality research paper. So please show our best active participation to this last speaker session. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Edward John Beck. Hello, Dr. Beck. Dr. Beck, good morning.
Good morning or good afternoon, good evening for where you are. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, thank you very much for inviting me on this writing session. As a academic editor of PLOS ONE, I have been the recipient of many requests for publication and have interacted with reviewers on that, but also as an author myself. So I'm very pleased to be here. I'm also very pleased to be with my Indonesian colleagues, as Indonesia has a very special place in my heart. So shall I start by sharing my screen and then carrying on?
Yes, you may start, Dr. Beck. And we want you to know that it's really an honor for us to have you in this session, even though it's still early in the morning in the UK, right? So we hope that you have a great session here. You may continue. Thank you.
Well, thank you again. It's not that early anymore, but the light is coming through. But okay, let's hope that the technology works. It's been a bit tricky for a while. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, I will go into okay. So far, so good. Okay, well, let's hope you can see my screen still.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Great. Well, thank you very much again. So I'm going to be basically talk to you a bit about research, publishing research, and then the follow-up of that. So first, I really want to talk a bit about the research and publishing that. Now, first of all, what is research? And again, you know, just as you are well aware, research is a systematic investigation into the study of materials and sources in order to establish facts and reach new conclusions, according to the Oxford English Dictionary. It's part of a process that aims to build into existing knowledge and extend that knowledge base as part of a science. And the science is really an intellectual and practical activity encompassing the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical natural world through observation experiment. And that encompassing the consisting of a growing body of knowledge. It's an ongoing process. Now, as you're well aware, and most of my topics really going to be focused within the sort of biomedical sphere, but a lot of the concepts which we'll be discussing are applicable for scientific writing in general. But in terms of biomedical science, we were looking at molecular, laboratory, clinical, and population-based science. And today's talk is really going to be focused more on population-based medical research. Now, the scientific method which we utilize is called the hypothetical deductive method. which is favored in biomedical research. And basically, it's an ongoing process where from generating hypotheses through induction and then tested by a deductive process. Or specifically, you go from the specific, you look at a specific and see whether you can get a general concept, and then can that general concept enable us to deal with a new specific situation. Now, people have really talked about, therefore, instead of looking at studies in isolation, you need to think about these as being part of a larger research program that can enhance our body of knowledge concerning the topic addressed by the research program. And a philosopher, scientist, Imre Lakatos, basically identified research programs into progressive and degenerative. Now, progressive was when the new knowledge results in hypotheses which has a greater explanatory predictive power, or whether they offer some response in the face of new and troubling evidence. Whereas degenerative research programs, according to him, indicate that a new and more progressive system of theory should be sought to replace the current prevailing one. But until a system of theories can be conceived of and agreed upon. And the latter may include the whole issue about paradigm shifts, which philosophers like Thomas Kuhn have described in the past. Now, Imre Lakatos was Hungarian, and his last post was as a professor at the London School of Economics. And one of his main sort of features, what he was known of, is looking at progressive in research programs. And again, you know, part of the research is really sort of indicating to what extent, if you're involved with a particular study, to what extent is this actually opening up new ideas, or is this going basically into a sort of cul-de-sac? Now, in order to answer some of these questions, biomedical research has a number of research tools. And often people sort of say that, you know, one is better than the other. But one of the things that we need to think about, that these tools really answer very different specific questions. So you have the descriptive studies, which really looks at the question, is the particular health problem? And we arrange this from qualitative research, case studies, to cross-sectional quantitative surveys, whatever. Then having defined the health problem, what is the cause, or what are the enabling factors of this health problem? And this is where case control studies and cohort studies come into it, where you compare cases versus controls and exposed versus unexposed individuals. Having then ideally defined a cause and a potential enabling factors, we hopefully come up with an intervention, and then we need to measure whether that intervention actually works. Initially, you'd like to do that under controlled situations. This is where the randomized controlled studies come into, and they give you the efficacy. Once this then gives you a positive result, then you need to think about what happens, and that's the postulated intervention work in a real life setting. And this is where you have the analytic statistical modeling, machine learning and big data are part of that scenario. And then the next question is, can under defined position we actually forecast future outcomes of it or impact? And this is by using mathematical modeling. The final step is basically to review over time, looking at certain indicators, whether a particular intervention is actually producing a good or bad outcome. And then eventually you may want to do an evaluation after a certain period of time. So really you're talking about what research programs are, or cyclical spirals, if you like. Starting with, is there a health problem? What are the causal enabling factors? Once they've been identified, can we develop an intervention? and look at that under experimental, quasi-experimental studies. Then if we do find an intervention, what happens if we implement that in routine services? Are they effective, efficient, acceptable, and equitable? The next step, what can we predict the future outcome and impact of intervention through modeling studies? And there we need to review over time. We monitor and evaluate what actually happens, and that then goes back. How does it affect our particular health problem? And then what are the next interventions, space of the intervention? So this is really sort of part of a cycle. And the point about this is really there are no better or worse studies. The study you use is depending on the question and the aspect you want to investigate. And different research methods have different strengths and have different weaknesses we discuss. As we've just seen, the quantitative biomedical research methods are complementary to each other and provide answers to different questions. Whereas qualitative and quantitative methods are also complementary. An example of that a number of years ago with the West African Ebola epidemic, when people really came to terms with what was going on, is after that some profound and deep anthropological work was done, especially in terms of rituals of caring for the sick and the deaths. Now, in terms of evidence, this is just a slide to sort of say, yes, biomedical evidence is one part of the evidence which we use, but a whole scale of different bits of information which people at different levels, for instance, at a cabinet level or what have you, have to deal with. And even in our own lives, all sorts of different bits of information come from left, right, and everywhere, which we need to integrate. Now, but the other thing which I just wanted to talk about before we go into more some of the specifics of the publishing sort of world is looking at how do we interpret disease causation. And infectious disease epidemiologists have for a long time looked at the relationship between an agent, the individual host, and his and her environment. And again, David Morantz and Tony Fauci reiterated this when they were looking at COVID in this paper from a couple of years ago. So this conceptual framework is really not new. We've used it for a long time. But what is new is basically that we start looking at these interaction between agent, host, and environment within an interaction, but also a much broader situation, which are also useful for non-infectious disease analyses. So I just want to run through to you what some of us call the ecological triangle, where you look what the health and outcome of an individual or impact at population level. Again, it's the interaction between the host factors, which we mentioned, ranging from the behavioral, socioeconomic, psychological, genetic factors. And these, then you have the agent. Again, we talked about during the last pandemic about sort of microorganisms for a lot, but we also talk about toxins, carcinogens, or nutritional excess or deficiencies. Again, they have their influence. And then the environmental factors. Now, the environmental factors are the physical factors, and we just have a terrible example of what is happening in Turkey and Syria about how climate, geology, geography, sanitation areas still affect us, all of us, in the 21st century. But it also, the environmental is at the population level in terms of genotype, what the cultural, socioeconomic, and behavioral factors are at population level, which means that agent needs to interact with host with the environmental factors, and the environmental with the agent. So in order to get to an overall take on what's happening here, is we need to look at the biomedical sciences. We need to integrate with social sciences, biological sciences, and all of this is encapsulated within the physical sciences. Excuse me. So the point here is, and again, we need to think about this for the papers that we are writing, even which we're talking about host factors for a particular health outcome. More and more of the editors and the request is, what is the broader ecological context in some of these things? And so even if you have a very specific study, you may want to just at some stage sort of say, well, what is the broader, environmental factors by that an individual and a population factor which happen. And, this idea of looking at the ecosystems was picked up by the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, for the UN in 2015. Prior to that, the Millennium Goals only had 7 or 8 factors. Okay, so let's just move on a bit more pragmatic in terms of dissemination of research results. Now, again, we've just had a very interesting talk, and I'm afraid my slides are not as nice as the previous speakers. But what I'm being used, scientific reports, presentations, partly presentation like we're doing here. You can do it through scientific journal articles, internet blogs, list service or list service, social media, and policy research. So there are a whole plethora of ways of which we can actually now disseminate results. So if you publish in a journal, then traditionally the onus was on the journal and the reader to actually pay for this. But I mean, this is changing, and we have now what's called the open access focus, where the payment is made by the author and readers have free access to the article journal. Now, this is nice. This is good for readers in the sense that you increase your readership, but it does actually come to some extent with an issue that when you want to publish a study, you also may need to actually fork out some, not inconsiderable amounts. I mean, if you look at sort of Lancet, you're talking about $2,500 to $3,000 per thing. So, it's not insubstantial. Now, what's lately been happening, especially within the context of COVID and COVID pandemic, the whole issue of pre-publication access, where we can have access to manuscript before going through the peer review process. And, there's been a proliferation of scientific journal for a whole variety of subjects and specializations. And also the pre-publication access is, increases access to manuscript. However, just a word of caution in the sense that amongst a number of these new called publications, there have been a number of scams where people pretend to actually have a new journal, but they're not, and therefore they, basically it's a way for them to gain money in a not in a nefarious way. Now, this is just to see how the proliferation of some of the whole journal articles, and if you go to the Lancet, you go to the open source. The open stable, etc., you just large number of different journals. So, given this choice, what journal do we go for? Now, again, it depends on the message you want to focus on. I mean, similarly, is this a national or is this an international focus which you want your message to have? So what is the specific audience? Which journal is best suited for that message and audience? which will have the greatest impact? And when will they will it have the greatest impact? Either now at publication, or is it going to be only in a couple of years' time that suddenly the results are quote unquote discovered? Now, similarly, is the journal index in the various citation databases, which gives you an indication of the sort of the stage of what the journal is at? And then, does it have an impact factor? And if so, what is the impact factor? Now, generic journals, by and large, have greater impact factors than the specialist sort of journal. Now, again, the impact factor, how, is basically a number which looks at the number of articles published in a journal of a given period of time and the number of citations of that journal during the period. Now, you can increase your, decrease your impact factor by actually have just being, if you published some misinformation, sometimes the citation of those pieces of misinformation may be larger than, when you have a valid study. So you need to be careful about these things. If you want to have more information about the impact, this is a place to look for it. They change over time. As we said, the difference between general versus specialty journals, but there's great variability, which is absurd. Now, there are different types of journal communications which you need to address. And you need to be aware of the specification. Having identified a journal, you would need to look at what they specify. What type of communication do you want to have? And now, just using the Global Health Action Journal as an example, they have editorials, and again, you need to look at the word count there. Doctoral research articles, review articles, PhD reviews, method forum articles, and study articles. And again, you need to be very careful about not only which journal to go to, but then, which section of the journal, because that's going to limit, the message, but also the number of words which you have to do that. And again, there are a whole range of different aspects which different journals have to look at. Now, journals do say that they have certain manuscript requirements. So there are, for observational studies, the guidelines people refer to, and they often will ask you now to actually fill in a guideline sheet. And there are different guidelines for different types of publications that you have, and I'm not going to go through all of them in great detail, except for just looking at STROBE, which is reports for observational studies. Again, as the previous speakers already talked about, you then need to look at the whole title and abstract. You need to look at the keywords, the introduction, methods, results section, discussion, and other information. Again, you need to get this information is readily available online. And quickly, the title needs to reflect both the focus of the study about where it was done and what was done. You may want to have possibility to use the study design. You certainly have to do it in the abstract, but you may want to do it in the title as well. In the abstract, an informative and balanced summary of what was done and what was found. Some journals look at it in free forms, but others have the usual sort of headings which you are aware of. Keywords, again, very important to actually do this, because the keywords are what your article is going to be cataloged on in that journal and also in others. Now, they may be words or there may be sentences that varies with the journal. The introduction, you need to have a good background and rationale of why you're doing this stuff. looking at the scientific background, but also the specific, why are you doing this study? And then you really want to end this particular section with coming up with a very clear, specific aim of what you were doing. Then you take this over, excuse me, into the more objective aspects, where you state the specific objectives, including the specific hypotheses. And you do this, if you have 4 objectives, you really want to clarified each one. Because for each objective, you then need to actually say, put a specific method. So if you have objective 1, you really want to go to your method addressing that specifically. For 2, etc. And, you know, it makes reading an article and reviewing an article so much easier the greater the clarity you have. Now, with methods, you want to put in the study design, you want in what is the setting of the particular study? What are the participants? Okay, in a cross-sectional curve, give the eligibility criteria, the source and methods and selection of participants. Again, eligibility criteria, selection and methods of follow-up, matching criteria for matched studies. In case control, again, the criteria, rationale for choice of case and controls, matching criteria, etc. For the other things that you need to look at is at the variables. You need to really define your outcome, exposures, predictors, potential confounders, and how qualitative and quantitative errors being handled in the analyses. You know, what are your data sources and what are the measurements? For each variable of interest, you need to look at the data sources and details of the method of assessments and comparability in one group. What are the sources of bias? You need to describe any effort to address any potential source of bias, the study size, and the statistical methods which were used for the analysis. If applicable in the cross-sectional studies, you need to do the analytic method for account of the sampling strategy, case control, how cases and controls were matched and how this was addressed, and the cohort study explain how loss of follow-up was addressed. Then in terms of, you know, people are doing a lot of modeling studies now. So these are the variables of the structure, the data, the consistency, the validity, the computer implementation, transparency, and the sponsorship. And what are some of the decisions? Sorry, there was some background noise, which is now gone, thanks. So these are some of the issues which you need to address all of these. And again, I will leave you to read up about them, but they are very important that they need to be addressed. And if you want to look at, there's a reference there as well for you to actually look up in greater detail. So what about the participants? So we need to report the number of individuals, eligible, completed follow-up, and which were analyzed. We need to give the reason for any non-participations. You need to consider the use of flow diagram if it gets very complicated. You need to describe the characteristics of them in demographic, clinical, social. You need to indicate how they were recruited to the study, the number with participants with missing data for each variable, and you also need to summarize follow-up time. In a cross-sectional study, you need to report the number of outcomes when summary measures. Case control, you need to report numbers in an exposure category. Cohort, report the number of outcome events or summary measures over time. And give information for cases in case control and exposure and uncontrolled in the cohort study. Then the analysis, you know, you need to have user statistics, you need to adjust for confounders and make clear which confounders were used and why. You need to report the category boundaries where continuous variables, and if relevant, consider translating estimates of relative risk and absolute risk for meeting. In the discussion, again, coming back to reading a lot of articles in the past, discussion is, again, very clear in terms of the various stages. First of all, I would suggest you summarize the key results for your reference to your aim and each of the objectives. Then discuss the limitation of the studies, taking account of source of potential buy-ins and both the direction and magnitude of potential buy-ins. Then give an overall interpretation of the results within the context of the objectives, limitations, and results from stimulus studies and other relevant evidence, and then discuss the generalizability, external validity of the study results. Again, the importance of generalizability may be generalizable over time or over place. So you need to be careful about that. What might be generalizable at a particular point in time might not be over time. And again, what might be generalizable in one particular location may not be generalizable somewhere else. So then the question is, what are the policy implications of the findings and which questions are raised? An epidemiologist called Lou Roper, Australian, basically one of his famous sayings was, good results generates many more questions than answers. And again, so what are the answers which are raised by your result? Now, a number of publications are now pushing you to put in recommendations and policy issues. So I'm just putting up 3 recommendations which we recently published in pharmacoeconomics. And again, the first one, that mobile health interventions can be used across healthcare settings. Again, I'm not going through all the data, I'll let them read them to you. But this is the sort of thing that editors are pushing you for. Extending its use could be monitored systematically over time in different places. And then the third policy implication, which was that the cost for antiretroviral therapy differed in different countries, and those which were least wealthy had the highest level of ARV. So again, editors are pushing you towards what are the recommendations and what are the policy issues which come out of your work. Now, you need to also then be aware of the information and other information which they ask you, contribute acknowledgement. As the previous sort of say, use your reviewer and editor as friends to improve your study. And if they've been supportive and if they've been useful, then put that in your study. You need to have a disclosure statement, ethics statement, funding information, references, and figures tables. So let's go through, this is author contributions, acknowledgements, again, disclosure statements, ethics and consent, funding information, and so on. So the paper-based we talked about is, used to be all paper-based submission, but it's now more electronic. You need to identify the journal and also the technicality, the audience, open access or not, funding for publications, need to comply to conditions set by the journal of choice, and liaise with the editorial staff if useful. Now, again, we've sort of said that biomedical journals have uniform requirements. Unfortunately, major medical journals don't really seem to follow their rules. So it's very important that you liaise closely with your editor and about what they actually want. Now, finally, I just want to go through, what are some of the submission results? It's basically, you submit to a particular journal, and then they either accept for the peer review process or not, and they reject. If they accept, then your results can be forward. You can accept, you can have minor revisions, major revisions, and reject, as the previous speaker have already gone through. You know, but no text is perfect, and any text can be improved. So use feedback from your co-authors and also from reviews to improve the paper, and may co-authors do so, especially in a multi-author paper. But, you know, out of each of these feedback, you can actually improve your paper with. So this is the sort of response everybody wants to see. This is a dear author, very pleased. So you've been accepted. The next one is minor revisions. Again, you know, you start looking at some of the things, you only get feedback, you know, which are relatively minor. You know, you need to clarify something, and can you say a bit more, etc. So this is sort of your minor. The major revision, you're going to get more comments, and you know, you need to add diagrams, then edit stratified analysis. You know, again, and you can the more responses you get, the more you really need to look at each of these and deal with them one by one. Now, this is the one nobody wants to get. Then, you know, the treatment can be quite harsh, perspective method, adequate but brief introduction, comparators were not used, were appropriate. The scope of the cost is good, but the costing done poorly. Anyway, so this is really a bad news sort of response. However, what I wanted to say about that is really, you really need to respond to each point, and the more savage the response, the more attention I would say you want to lead to it. So now I basically want to give you an example of what happened with some publications. So this is the citric acid cycle, which is a very important biochemical pathway through each of us generate energy from carbohydrate, fats, and proteins. And it was first described by a man called Hans Krebs in 1937. He received a Nobel Prize for that in 1953. Now, the actual work was done in 1937, and it was submitted to the journal Nature. Now, the journal, I've done something here to my. Good. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get my thing back. Okay, I think we're back. So he discovered it in 1937, went to Nature, but Nature said, sorry, we're too busy. Within 2 months, it was submitted to the journal Enzogomia, and in 1988, 7 years after his death, Nature still talks about the egregious error of not publishing it. So the point about it is, all of us have gone through these problems of having a rejection, but each of us need to learn from it. So never give up. In summary, really, there's no magic ones that will guarantee success. But if you stick to the following suggestions, you're likely going to be successful in publishing. First of all, make sure that the primary and secondary data sets you're using were collected in an appropriate manner, cleaned, and data anomalies corrected. Bad data results in bad publications. The analysis needs to have been performed correctly. We need to identify the main messages coming out of the analysis. You need to identify your target audience, specific audience, or general population. You need to decide whether to go for open access or a traditional journal. Who is paying you, your institution, or the reader? On the basis of these criteria, identify the journal that you think is most appropriate. Review specific demands for that journal and integrate those with the general guidance, like say Strobe for observational studies. Identify the type of article and based on relevant guides, write the article. If guidance is confusing, contact the editorial team. Drafts will be shared with co-authors, comments reviewed and included in appropriate. Give them a deadline. Collate responses sent off to the journal with covering to editor why this paper is the greatest instance slides bed. This is the wow factor which our previous discussion talked about. And respond to the editor's decisions. If revised, follow up on suggestion is reasonable, draft response, including co-author suggestions, and resubmit. If rejected, closely review reason for rejection. Can range from inappropriate journal to technical issues associated with the study, analysis, or write-up. If the journal is inappropriate, find a more appropriate journal. If technical issues, try and remedy these. Again, involve co-authors in the process and resubmit the journal, having gone through identification of the journal. If it's a basic flow within the problem, within the study, problematic. And you can resubmit an article as many times as long as you can, as long as it's not done concurrently within 2 or more journals. However, once published, that's not the end of the story. Need to bring the findings to the attention of relevant stakeholders, policymakers, health professionals, academics, etc. May need a communication officer where publication manager further disseminate the findings and discuss results in presentations. Examine when any policies have been implemented and achieved their anticipated result, and if not, why not? And if yes, why? Thank you very much for your attention. Be very happy to answer any questions. And similarly, I'm very happy for you to come and write to me with any questions or comment.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Beck, for the extraordinary session. I'm sure that now our participants are getting enlightened on how to write a high-quality research paper. Okay, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to move on to the Q&A session, and we have collected questions from the chat box, and the committee will help me to present the questions. Okay, for the first question, this is from Ibu Arya Astami. If you're here, we are inviting you to turn on your camera and your microphone to address your question directly to Dr. Beck.
That's a question for me. Shall I answer it?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, please just answer that question. Because,
okay.
Thank you, Dr. Beck and moderator.
Okay, thank you for the question and for your attention. Well, the answer is there is no minimal number of cases. I mean, if you have a study with 3 people, that's what you have. But you know, obviously, the larger the number of cases involved, the stronger, hopefully, the stronger the results are going to be. So it's always good, I would say, to get greater numbers, but on the other hand, you don't want to be too obsessive about that. I'm sorry, I can't be more specific than that.
Yes, Dr. Beck, may I continue? Because when only 1 cases, according to my opinion, still, it is not enough to publish, because in a research, we usually have a minimal sample size. So for a case report, according to my opinion, but I don't know whether this is my opinion is right or wrong, it is not enough. If only one case, then be published. Thank you.
Sure, but I mean, again, it depends at different stages. I mean, when HIV was unknown, people looked at individual cases of, let's say, gay men in either New York and San Francisco. They had this unusual pneumonia, pneumocystis carinii pneumonia. Initially, your cases was 1 or 2, but then, you know, as time goes on, you may be aware that there are more cases. I mean, so as the number of cases increases, your conclusion will hopefully strengthen your conclusion of what you're looking at. But you know, don't throw away any information. Sometimes a new pandemic is recognized through one case, one index case.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Aryastami, for the questions, and thank you, Dr. Beck, for answering the question. Next, we are moving on to the next question. The question is from Ibu Ika Dewi. So we are inviting Ibu Ika Dewi to turn on the camera and turn on the microphone to address the question directly.
Yes, thank you very much. I think that the clearer the abstract is by you do actually sort of background, aim, method, conclusion, discussion, conclusion. So I agree with it. I mean, most journals have, you know, range between 250 and 300. And sometimes that's a challenge depending on the size of what the studies come up with. But on the other hand, it's a nice way to actually say, what are the key issues of what you wanted to do, what you did, what your findings were, and what your conclusions were. So it's a nice challenge. Sometimes it doesn't quite work, but otherwise it's good. So I mean, 250, 300 is an arbitrary number. It could be 200, it could be 400. But, you know, I mean, that's I guess, our framework.
Thank you, Dr. Beck, for the answer. We have a follow-up question from Ibu Ika Dewi. She asked how to make abstract clear, simple, and interesting. Is there any words number being standard? Oh, sorry, we already answered that question.
Yes. Did you?
Sorry, Dr. Beck. I want to invite Bu Helen to answer this question too. Bu Helen, are you here?
Okay, so still the same question about abstract. For me, I think the abstract, it's usually not more than 350 words, but it depends on the author guidelines on the journal, on the target of your journal. And then it must be comprises the 4 main part, starting from the background, and then the method, and then results and conclusion. So also please minimize the use of abbreviations and do not cite any references in the abstract. And for the background, it must cover the context and the purpose of the study. And for the methods, the study, how the study was performed, and maybe the statistical test used. And the results only put the main findings. So it will concise the words that you put into the abstracts. And for the conclusions, don't forget to provide the brief summary and the potential implications on that. And finally, for the keywords, is usually between 3 to 10 keywords that is representing the main context of the article. That is from me. Hope it's answer your question.
Yeah, thank you, Bu Helen. For Dr. Rina, do you have any additional answer to this question?
Yeah, I think almost the same as the previous speakers. I have an experience, sometimes abstract not always giving conclusion. So it really depends on the, although the major point that we want to put there is what would be the problem and the key findings that we can actually expose the audience from our research. And of course, later on the key importance would actually lead to what would be the conclusion. But sometimes not all the journal ask the same. Like for example, when I make the paper on the Lancet on universal health coverage, the editor asked not to put the conclusion there, but because it's more on review basis, so then it's give some direction that that the purpose of the study will be blah blah blah, and later people can look at more on the paper. But most of the original research that we have done, yeah, the conclusion will be one of the factors that we put in the abstract. And what I also experience, sometimes there's a journal that needs even only 150. I know +1, for example, could be more than 250, but the other journal, they require only 150. So we don't even tell about the background. So, but what I learned from my students, and also sometimes I also review the papers, they also put some emphasize more on the background, and sometimes too much. Yeah, so we also only need about few sentences actually. What is the problem? What is the gaps, and what would be the things that we want to fill in on the gap, and then later go to the aim and also the method. But sometimes because we only limited only 150, we don't go into the background at all, just directly to the aims and then the method and the result, and of course the conclusion. So it really depends on the topics that we are going to raise and what kind of study and what would be the instruction from the journal. But mainly the things that mentioned by previous speakers are the major points that we put in the abstract.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rina. So the follow-up question from the Ibu Ika, she asked which part is the most important to make our journal is accepted. Would you give more explanation for that question? So which part are the most important to make our journal get accepted?
Who will be this question addressed to? I think would be Dr. Edward Beck first.
Thank you very much. I don't quite understand the question, to be quite honest, in the sense that, I mean, as I've tried to explain, in the sense that, you know, that the quality of the paper is dependent on the quality of the study. And the paper is really just a representation of what you've done. And, you know, so you really want to ensure that each step you've done to your best, to the best things given the circumstance. Now, things go wrong, and also things go in a different way than anticipated. So, but. So I'm just really grappling with the questions. I mean, the standard is the standard of the research. The standard is the standard of representing what you've done in as clear as format as you can. And this is where language becomes interesting, actually. As one of the previous speakers sort of spoke about short, clear sentences. That's easier for people with an Anglo-Saxon background than for people, let's say, from a Latin background or even a Germanic background. I'm Dutch, by background. And, you know, as some of you know, I think most of you are too young, but as your parents would have known when they saw Dutch or even spoke Dutch, Dutch is, you know, a very long-winded sort of sentences like German. And so I've really had to sort of refocus and try to become, you know, speak and write shorter sentences. But that's not necessarily easy. And so, and it's also not necessarily the standard of some of your national publications. So again, you know, the standard you have to use to some extent is also governed by where do you want to publish, and you know, our publication standards in Indonesia are different to the way they are in Malaysia or elsewhere. So I'm sorry, I'm trying to hedge. I'm hedging here because I'm still not quite sure what the question was. Perhaps my colleague would like to follow up.
Yeah. Okay, maybe I will go the second. I think I also have the same problem. I not yet clearly understand what that's been. Maybe the question belong to what section in the paper the most will attract the most to the editors or the reviewer. Maybe something like that. Is it this introduction? It's a discussion. So I think my answer will be the same as Dr. Beck. Good science and a good science is the basis of the good scientific writing. So your paper is about your research. So the main focus will be on how we can make a clear research question on our research, carefully planned, well-designed, executed, and of course, then there we can put careful preparation of the manuscript. And we can start on the table and figures, which has to be solid because that represent our findings. And from there, of course, section by section can be generated. So I don't think the reviewer or the editor will judge the acceptance of the paper based on one single section. So it's really important to build a good research adherence to the editorial and publication policy of the journal. And of course, have the comprehensive response to reviewers' comment. All the things that we discussed today, know how and how to do it. I think it's already explained, especially on the things related to each section, how we can write it up. But again, the most important is the findings from the research. Yeah, thank you.
So probably I would like to add some little thoughts on that. But it's already well mentioned by Dr. Beck and also Prof. Rina. I think for the first impression is the important part, like when the audience search for the journal that we would like to introduce themselves, and they must look at the title and the abstract first before they go thoroughly on the other parts. And besides that, I think we would like also to taking the time to identify the right journals. So it's also important because the journal explicitly show the goals and scope and what is the aims to achieve and the types of articles that they will usually accept in the journal, and also ensuring that our research topic, findings, and outcomes are completely unique, because no international or Scopus journal will be interested if our work doesn't present the new ideas. And other explanation is maybe paying close attention also to the citations, because the references are the source of credibility in academic article. It goes without saying that if the authors want their work to be seriously considered by any editor, so they have to rely almost exclusively on the academic credentials. And maybe the last one, based on my experience, that we need also to take self-criticism seriously, and also leave no room for the external criticism. So that's why when I present the topics about doing your own self-assessment, that means that the reviewers are always looking for the easy exits or simple criteria to reject our article before even they start reading it. So that's why we need to also take self-criticism for ours. Yeah, that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Helen, Dr. Rina, and Dr. Beck for the answers. So every part of the article is important. We need to put attention for the every part, and self-criticism is important too. Right? Okay. Thank you, Wika, for the questions, and then we'll move on to the next question. The question is from Ibu Lastri, but because our Q&A session is going to end soon, so I will just read the question here. So the question is addressed to Dr. Beck. So what do you think about publish the manuscript which explain design intervention, use formative study? What standard can I adopt? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, I'm not quite sure the question here is published the manuscript with explained design intervention use formative study. What I'm sorry, but
maybe I
stuck
can
on,
help a little bit, Dr. Beck. I think the question will be on if the person used the study design on a formative study, formative research, it's kind of a qualitative study or maybe preliminary study. Would that be possible? What would be the standard on using that for designing the intervention?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I also have the, yeah, okay.
Well, perhaps you can answer the question as well if you understand it. I'm sorry, I mean...
Okay, maybe I'll invite Lastri Mulyadi to re-explain her question.
Mohon izin Mbak, boleh pakai bahasa Indonesia dulu?
Iya, bahasa Indonesia dulu nggak apa-apa.
Ya, jadi begini, saya kan sedang melakukan studi doktoral, kemudian menggunakan 5 tahapan. Nah, untuk desain intervensi sendiri baru sampai tahap 3. Nah, apakah itu bisa dipublikasi? Karena kami menggunakan formative study seperti itu. Nah, kalau tadi kan Dr. Edward juga mencontohkan misalnya kalau observational study kita pakai strobe seperti itu ya. Apakah untuk kita mau meng-up desain intervensi kita, itu apakah ada standar yang bisa saya gunakan kalau itu bisa dipublish? Mungkin begitu pertanyaannya, Ibu. Mohon izin.
Boleh saya bertanya sebentar ya. Jadi ada 5 tahapan. Di tahapan yang ketiga itu baru intervention. Saat ini sedang melakukan tahapan formative study ya.
Iya.
Tadi melakukan cross-sectional study dan qualitative study, betul?
Kualitatif dan
cross-sectional.
Visibility-nya, Ibu.
Visibility study, dan setelah itu baru mau mengkonstruk intervention study. Apakah saya boleh mempublish yang formative research-nya gitu kan?
Iya, iya betul.
Okay, maybe Dr. Beck, she explained about the steps of studies that she will perform and 5 steps. So for the 3rd until the 5th step will be intervention study. So before going to intervention study, she conducted the preliminary study on the cross-sectional study, preliminary study using the qualitative study, as well as feasibility study using the other validation study or something like that to construct the intervention. So can she publish the papers on the feasibility study, formative study, and also the cross-sectional study on the preliminary research? Yeah. I think the answer is yes, right? She can always... She can always...
yes, and I have to apologize that my Bahasa is is close to zero for somebody who was born in Indonesia. So thank you for doing that. But yes, in the sense that I guess what the sense which I try to explain is that people talk about, let's say, randomized controlled study being the gold standard. But I mean, what is the gold standard of? It's the gold standard of an intervention under controlled situations. And what I try to sort of say is that research, we build on the whole, we build up. And we build up from, perceptions, is there a problem? And then we formalize that through specific, qualitative and then perhaps quantitative studies, which then form the basis of the intervention. And the first set of intervention, I guess, we would like to see within a controlled situation, and the next intervention is really in routine situations. So the better information you get from your underlying studies, the basic studies, the better, I think you're going to progress further down the road. And then this comes back to the previous question, that if you're, let's say, if your cross-sectional study has a large number of people, the findings are going to be likely to be harder than if you have a small number of people within that context. I don't know whether I answered that question or not, but
maybe I can add a little bit, Dr. Beck. So I have an experience where I published my preliminary research before doing the intervention. At that time I was going to do this to do the intervention study on probiotics for reducing the incidence of diarrhea, and I should really know what would be the prevalence of diarrhea in that particular population. So I did the study on diarrheal cases. What would the prevalence, the factors influence the diarrhea, and many others. But when we publish it, of course, we should also find the research question on that particular findings, and then we formulate that into the papers and publish it. But the basic idea is that, yes, then finally we do the intervention because a high prevalence of diarrhea and many practice that might actually be benefit if we are providing intervention related to probiotics, for example. So maybe that's actually, hopefully that's answered the question to her. But I think she asked also about what kind of standard, like for example, if she mentioned the cohort study, there's a stroke, and then intervention study maybe a consort diagram, so a consort statement or consort. So what would be the standard if she has to publish formative study or preliminary study? I cannot answer that question. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Maybe Dr. Helen would help as well.
Well, from me, I think I also didn't have, I'm not sure whether I have the capacity to answer that, since I didn't have any experience before on the formative studies, but I usually use reporting guidelines for main study types, such as from equator-network.org, that it shows many guidelines for any student. So, like Dr. Rina said, for observational study stroke, for study protocols, we can use spirit and diagnostic or prognostic studies with START. So maybe my suggestion is you can go through that guidelines and then look whether is it maybe relevant, or maybe what you need to search for that for the formative study. So if it's maybe relevant or coherent with that, so you can use that guidelines.
Thank you, Bu Helen, Dr. and Dr. Rina. Yes, sorry.
Can I just follow up on that? And basically, I mean, the standard you adopt, okay. I mean, the standards of publications. I mean, again, it's important to actually look at the sort of the various guidelines which have been published for the different studies. And again, as we argued, as I mentioned, as time goes on, more and more of these journals are asking you to actually whether you've gone through a particular standard. I mean, the stroke for observational study. So if that's what you're asking about, then for this type of study, you would go for an observational study, I guess, for stroke. So again, it's important to know which journal you're at and what you're doing. But on the whole, it depends where you are. I mean, if you are at the beginning of a pandemic, very basic questions will be published and will be published very quickly. I mean, if you're further down let's say in a process, it becomes more and more difficult to look at for these sort of early manuscripts to be published. So again, because to some extent the focus of the editors and the public have sort of moved on.
Thank you, Dr. Beck, for the additional answer, and thank you for all our speakers who already sent the additional references on the chat box. And thank you, Dr. Ina, for helping us in moderating this Q&A session. Next, we would like to move on to the very last question in this Q&A session. So this question is from Bapak Rizky Yuli Kawanudin and addressed to Dr. Beck. How would you advise some of us who are practitioners, not academicians, to do research in terms of time management in our records? Thank you.
Well, thank you for that question. I mean, it's a question which sort of often comes. I guess, the bottom line is it depends on what your actually work, what your work status is. To what extent are you actually providing particular services, and to what extent are you full-time, are you part-time, are you working during, if there is sort of something unfolding like COVID pandemic, or, if it during period when we think normality exists, whatever that is these days. So again, it depends on the specialist strain. Depends on which stage you are in your career, and it also depends on your own volition. I mean, to what extent do you think it's important that what you do needs to be written up? And for myself, I've had a sort of a fairly mixed sort of background, in the sense that yes, I publish and do studies, but a lot of them is sort of policy oriented. So again, it really depends on at the end of the day of how much you actually want to can spend time in terms of the life you already have, and apart from your professional life, one hopes you have a personal life as well. So it can actually be very difficult to sort of juggle those things around. But my personal sort of view has always been, I mean, I've also been a sort of in practical public health sort of thing, but my bottom line is always, what are the messages coming out of this? What is the learning coming out of this particular piece of work we're doing? And I've tried, to actually then, in addition to some of the service jobs I had, to actually write those things up. But it actually then, that takes, commitment and dedication, and something you want to do, given all the other constraints in life. I mean, how come you're giving me all of these questions which I can't answer?
It's already a pretty good answer.
but I guess the bottom line would be, you need to think about and discuss this. And if you want to do some research, do it. Come back. What some of the previous speakers do. Often, if you do it with a number of colleagues or as part of a group, that sort of entices you. And especially if you've got other service commitments, it actually provides some sort of structure in which you sort of, get timelines and things like that. Over to the other speakers. Please answer the question.
Okay, so regardless of your profession, I think, is it as an academician or practitioners, time management is important. At the international publication strategy and writing process, we are required to ensure that the quality is good, while the funding and supporting resources are also need to be improved. And the research infrastructure also needs to be strengthened. And secondly, the accelerated program through the reworking or the collaboration, which is allow you to being able to write together with other authors, other colleagues who have maybe a high age index, or maybe involved in many research whose the output is publication. So I think the performance will be greatly influenced by the environment. So if you want the results to be useful, the results needs to be streamlined for maybe for policy reviews, policy papers, and produce the real impacts that are beneficial for the community, for the society, and even for the nation. So my suggestion is maybe if you feel not having so much time, so you have to refocusing what is your biggest strength in maybe in certain topic or certain cluster, and collaborate also with other authors, with other researcher, and find the priority. And one last thing, in doing research and writing, I think we have to be brave. Yeah, somehow it's not only for ourselves, but also for the institution, even for the nation. So please have the courage to write paper, because by writing, it means that we are also producing hope for something better. Because people say life will be full of enthusiasm when we are full of hope. And lastly, we should build a positive and vibrant publication culture. Yeah, that's what I can say.
Yeah. Okay, maybe I can add a little bit. Yeah, I did several trials, which is large trials mainly, and honestly, it requires really our commitment, especially when the study needs to be in high quality. But there's always a way to do that, especially when we already have the system, good infrastructure, and of course also the solid team in doing the trial. But it has to be clear in mind that doing the research, good research, it's a lot of things has to be in a good plan. So if we have a good plan, everything is written down well, not in our head, and we try to put it in a good standard operational procedures, and have a good trial manager in our study, become also a project coordinators, which also being in a good, not only way to manage the study, but also way they can also work together with the other partners, for example. So the first thing is, I think maybe for the practitioner, they can choose the focus of their research. So if they really want to do the trial, a big trial, it might not be sufficient time. So they need to choose. I don't think they can do both at the same time. But if they want to do a study which actually not that complicated, maybe that's still possible if you want to do it yourself. Yeah, but if you still want to do it both a big trial and doing the practice, I think you have to have a good solid team. Yeah, and the solid team is already a good capacity, not only not only in theory, but they also have the experience before. And usually what we do, we always try to find a good quality talented person. And it's also not easy. And the second, doing the study in Indonesia maybe in other developing countries, as mentioned, Bu Helen, we need to have infrastructure, yeah. But it will be very much different in developed countries, because I have been in Europe before doing the study there, and it's really so much different what we have done here in Indonesia. We have, because the environment and the culture are not really much supported for research. Yeah, so, and the bureaucracy are very long. Yeah, so therefore, choose the study that is best fit for your work, not the one that which actually takes so much commitment. Yeah, so if doing the trial, I don't think we can do both in the same time. So we have to choose. The life is about choose the. It's about decision to choose. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Beck, Bu Helen, and Dr. Rina for the answers and explanations. And